morning.
Hello, Uncle Ben.
I'm good, and you, sir?
Good.
Good, long time.
Yeah, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Are you over your food? Was it food poisoning or?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay now. Just something that bothers me for a day or two.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Nice jacket, that.
Yeah. Thank you. It's actually very old.
Okay.
Probably almost eight years old.
Okay.
Old.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Cool. So, the young man there with the glasses is our co-commentator.
All right.
Kamva,
Oh, okay.
Nyakana,
What's his name, son?
Nyakana.
Oh, Nyakana.
Hey on there.
I don't work with you before.
No, he's new. Yeah,
Yes,
he is.
Okay.
He's second or third time.
All right. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you could make it.
Thank you. And I'm now living in Brakpan, so I'm no longer living in Pretoria. So
Okay.
coming this side is becoming a hassle.
Thanks. When you come here, this is Kakalani Chiava.
Yeah, my name is Kakalani. Nice to meet you. Sure.
So do you guys want to do 45-minute stints? You can do that.
Hello? Yeah, they can go in. They are here to deliver and it. I know it's pick up for what? No, it's no, I know it delivery, not a pickup. Is the person not from Pick and Pay? No, just confirm if the person is from Pick and Pay. Because I know she placed an order last night. Just confirm with the person while I'm holding. His pickup is from where? Maybe. I don't know. My wife didn't tell me anything. Maybe. Let me just call her. I'll call you in about a few seconds. So now I'm waiting for the delivery, not a. Hello, bona go request Uber. Musi abantu vari una pick up kana number it. Okay, ari ndivakandi vaudza no, pick up, not delivery. Pick up.
Early start to half an hour.
All right, so the phone security. And the delivery can pick up. I'm going to allow to run the pick up on the Uber, they are getting as a delivery.
Well, especially in the morning session, because
all right, bye-bye.
Go until 12. But 45, then we've got a 7:45 to 12:10 session. But short, yeah. But if we do half an hour, then we do half an
so
hour
we're
session.
starting 9:30.
Yeah. But because of the 9:30 start, let's do half an hour.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Lunch at what time?
12:10.
Okay,
the last one will just be
10 minutes extra.
10 minutes extra, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
But it's like that. Yeah.
Hakuna matata. got a few calls to make.
Fine.
Yeah, let me go next door and make some few calls.
Sure.
The pitch play yesterday.
It could actually. Yeah, it was a bit heavy on in the morning. Let's see you around a bit. Yeah, and then most people got sort of 40 overs the whole. Pretty good to bat on actually.
And in terms of the carrying of the puck, that's the last
So it's a little bit slow.
This is not generally the people that get slow.
I think we'll balance quite nicely.
Beautiful conditions.
That is
Some weird.
something crazy happens on the line, the ball out for 40.
There's about 3 more innings.
Yeah. Like what they'll do is they just go to bonus points. Dolphins will try and catch you 100 overs. I imagine they declare and try to vote. But if the Dolphins back to 100 overs, it's 52 more overs. I mean, that's like 106 in the day. 74 overs for the Lions to bat. Try and get some batting points. If you only start getting batting points, that's fine. I mean, it's 74 overs. Yeah, 300 if you really go above. So, yeah, key points. Key format. Yeah.
You just end with worse of 6-6.
Plus your bonus.
Things are plain speaking, they said they get all that at like 8 Sunday.
Yeah.
Depends how well the ball.
Yeah.
I'd say they get all that around 85 overs. This is no batting points.
Oh, well, they've already got. So you get a batting point. Remember those stats I said to you?
Yeah. So they have the points system.
They have the expectation.
No, it's about this was a game from the I was reading about it. Just talking about, yeah. I realized that I learned that from you actually. I realized Jing in the game is not maybe not doing so much. Maybe reverse some of those that it's great to G.
Yeah, because you need something to talk about when
Yeah,
it's when you're running on the line, scoring. Yeah, no, you got it. Yeah. So you have the bonus points. So you get bonus points for the first 100 overs for the first 150, you get 1 point. Every run thereafter will consume points. So basically, every 50 runs, you get another 4. Bowling, you get 1 point. One round with 2 bowling points. Yeah, I mean, it means a game like this where you can't get a result. There's something they make.
When is that?
I mean, I would say it's still odds on a draw there. But I think they're going to try. They bowl for big stuff quickly today. Thank you for that. Then, at the moment,
Maybe there's similar connections.
yeah, last day as well, yeah. 6 points to a draw. Two birdies. Let's say they bowl the Dolphins up, South Africa. All birdie points. 10. Let's say they get. Let's say they get 3 birdie points. 30. On. Say they get 350. Half of 2 birdie points. 7. That's 6 also 30. Let's do that. 12. So they go to 90. Sorry, 93. Big thing is that Western Province win. 16 for the win. That was it. I can win.
One time.
Yeah, I'd like to have a Lions start.
Just 5,000.
Was for 4 birdie points. So South Africa was 6 points. Yeah, they got 400 over 400. Team for a win. 26. Okay.
They try to
last round. So they what enough there? They've got 10 bonus points. 6 for the draw. I think they can hit with the Dolphins. Yeah.
This is probably
Yeah, okay.
So they can you stay with us there, last time now.
Yeah, for sure. Very interesting.
I prefer them to win.
Yeah.
But they're in the finals there.
Not yet.
It's not
Because the Western Province win.
Oh yeah, I mean we could
and win next week, and the Lions don't win. And then it's so they'll take it.
And then it's in the Cape Town
First, yeah. I mean, it could still be in Durban, I guess.
Still be to Chile.
Good.
Chile.
The whole thing of who.
We're still in a intervention.
You're gonna win with these.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of talking points what has happened around here.
Yeah, that's a really good game.
So the final day, it makes it interesting kind of in the context of the results, but one in the context of what points you get, but not necessarily what none of them are looking wins. Also, what's important is I kind of draw it.
Yeah. That's the thing, that's where the bonus points are.
Yeah.
See now, plus the logins. An extra 25, 50 rand could actually make a difference. I remember the one season about they didn't have finals, so they just got the lot. I think they ended up finishing second by that's called 13 runs more.
What do you even say to your players?
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I mean, they kind of stepped up the last match. They should have won that. Yeah. So that's but it just showed on strategy really time.
just come to now, we're starting.
Yeah, just, fine. Doing, I'll put the, I'm doing the schedule set up. Fine, easy one, there's the milk there.
I think that, yeah. What's the plan?
Here we go. You come back.
We will start it.
Spot. Yep. Working hard today, Camber.
What's
Guarantee.
100%? Let's go. 30 minutes slots, eh? So these are nice. I like these. Working with the experienced yesterday. The senior citizens.
Idiot. It's called a senior citizens.
Oh, okay.
Is that a fair reflection? Lots of it.
You got to be like 7. Like he's calling you a teenager.
Yeah, that's a rough one, eh?
See how it feels.
You know, the honest part, genuine thought of senior citizen is like 45 plus to 50.
What?
You trying to people at that time, 50, like 50, or probably like your probably fathers or close to grandfathers at 50 or maybe. So someone's probably calling you.
We'll see how you feel when you're 45.
What's your surname again?
Kamba. NYR.
What?
NYR. N.
Oh, Nikan.
Yeah. Your surname?
I think you better swap. Yeah. Get him to write down yours as well.
Chiama. Q vendor.
Your team sheets right to us.
Here we go.
Well, what's the state of the match? 294 for 5. They haven't declared or anything like that.
No.
Just so first.
I'm sure what will happen is, the results are finally nice.
Yeah.
They'll just try and bat 100 overs to get bonus points.
Oh, okay.
Now the bonus points. Okay.
Yes, please. So,
No.
That's already on, eh? Yeah. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Hear me?
Not as much. Can you swap?
Good morning.
see, can you hear yourself, man?
Yeah, I can hear myself loud and clear.
Morning.
Oh, okay.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
It's better now, yeah.
Actually gives you the clear.
Yeah, it's all clear. Yeah.
Good morning. I can't hear myself.
I think it swaps.
I think it swaps.
Good to go.
Good morning. Good morning. I
Oh,
can't hear myself.
I think we see.
Maybe let's unpress these.
Good morning. I can hear myself loud and clear.
Yours is off.
Morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I
Okay,
can
yeah,
hear
it's fine.
myself.
Yeah, it's fine now.
Perfect now.
Yeah, it's good. Silent. Morning.
Good morning and welcome to DP World Wanderers Stadium here in Johannesburg. And it's day number 4, is the final day of the Cricket South Africa 4-day challenge match between the DP World Lions. They are up against the Hollywoodbets. And so far, the rain has really had so much input on what's happening in this match so far. But we are on the final day of this match. The score currently is 294 for 5. And the opening batsman, the stylish left-hander Tshepang Ditole, still batting for the Dolphins and is currently on 154 from 209 deliveries. With him is the youngster Romashan Pile, who's still on 40 from 52 deliveries. And I'm not alone today on commentary. I've got Kamva Nyekana. Good morning, Kamva. Welcome to commentary.
Good morning, Takalani. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's good to see the sun is out this morning.
It's an honor and privilege to be here once again this morning to watch this beautiful game you also love. But yeah, looking forward to a beautiful day that's yet to come this morning. As you said, this game has been really disturbed a lot by the rain. But we do look forward to what the game has to install, in particular how the log looks like, and there's a lot to play for actually in terms of not just the draw but the bonus points as well as are up for grabs.
Yeah, you're correct there. Both these sides are sitting comfortably on the log. The DP World Wanderers, the DP World Lions rather, are leading the log right now, and then the Hollywoodbets are sitting at the second position. So it's really top of the log contest between these two sides. And like we said, the rain has really had so much influence in terms of how the game has gone so far. We're still in the first innings of the match. Day 1, only 26 overs were bowled. Day 2, no overs were bowled. And day 3, yesterday, we did have some play. But so far, the game has not really progressed in such a way that we can say we can have a results here today.
Oh, talk about rain. Today's weather looks amazing. Today's sun's out, clear blue skies. It's a perfect cricketing day today.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day indeed here in Johannesburg. First delivery of the morning, just outside the off stump, and well played straight to mid-off by Tshepang Ditole to get off the mark on day 4.
Good start there by Tshepang Ditole, the single down to mid-on. You'll definitely be loving that to start off his day. He's really played so well, actually, eh?
Yeah, more especially on day 1, I did watch some of those 26 overs that were bowled on the first day. He was really aggressive up front, looking to score runs early. This time just played on the offside by Romashan Pile, but no run there.
Bit of indecision there with that first push in the covers. Maybe a bit of nerves, getting the nerves out of the way. You know, new day, new start. But they'll probably get back to their zone soon.
Yeah, good to see youngsters like Romashan Pile Kamva. He was part of the South African under-19 squad in the World Cup, a very good all-rounder. And it's good to see him getting some game time here for the Dolphins. He's got 3 50s already, first-class 50s, and he's just few runs shy away from his 4th. And he's got Tshepang Ditole playing very well this time. He plays down the line of that delivery, and they will settle for a single. And Romashan Pile is off the mark this morning.
Talk about youngsters. Talking about youngsters playing 4-day cricket. It's lovely to see. A lot of these youngsters nowadays will be playing around the world with these T20 leagues. And to have these youngsters getting stuck into their basics, getting stuck into the 4-day stuff is lovely to see. And, that bodes well for our going forward for our Proteas side in terms of test side. We've got players to pick from, youngsters to pick from that have really played the longer format, which is lovely to have.
I'm very passionate, so much passionate about youngsters getting opportunity to show their talent, more especially in domestic structures where they can go on and represent the Proteas Doesn't matter which format of the game, but it's always good to see youngsters getting opportunity. For example, the likes of Lohandre Pretorius has been in fantastic form for the Titans. Just up on the N1 North. Brilliant left-hander. Good delivery by Cody Yusuf to start things off. And solidly defended by Romashan Pillay.
It's been a good start here by the Dolphins, pushing for singles early on, rotating the strike, releasing the pressure off each other. Though, yes, you've seen quite a few youngsters. You've got also Dwayne Brevis on that side as well. Good youngsters, played been in decent form as well for the Titans. And that's what you want to see with these youngsters. You know, this is the beautiful game that we love, the 4-day stuff. Far too often now it's been frowned upon, if you could say, but in terms of it, because a lot of the T20 going around.
Yeah, the likes of Kwena Mapaka, who plays for the DP World Lions, coming through as well. So most of the players who play in that under-19 World Cup for South Africa, they are really doing well for themselves in domestic structures in different format of the game. And it's all good for our system. It means the system is able to produce talent from young age. Solidly defended by Tshepang Ditole. I had the privilege of listening to the legendary Ken Bowland yesterday on commentary, and he was so strong on Tshepang Ditole's technique. He mentioned it a couple of times where he mentioned that he's so strong defensively and he's able to play some strokes. So he's a very good opening batter to have on your side. Beautiful delivery once again by Cody Yusuf. He did square Tshepang Ditole at that moment.
Yes, defense is such a critical part of this 4-day game in the Test cricket, because it's basically the foundation of your innings in this game, because you initially start off by taking your time, seeing the ball, how it's playing like. It's not like your shorter formats where you can go from ball one or from early on, such as your T20s, especially with a lot of these players playing T20 cricket.
Yeah, bowling fuller. It's Cody Yusuf testing the defense of Tshepang Ditole early on. Just looking at the field, Kamva, to the left-hander Tshepang Ditole, you've got just lone slip fielder, and then you've got gully, you've got cover, you've got mid-off, mid-on, and then you've got mid-wicket, and then deep square leg, few meters away from the boundary rope, and then you've got fine leg, and then you've got third man also in the boundary. So not too sure what the ploy is here by the Lions. It looks like the field is really all over the place for my liking here, Kamfa. And that was the end of the first over, end of Cody Yusuf's first over.
Interesting field, as you say. As I was looking at it, it gives a sense that they're looking to bowl short, but they pretty much bowl quite full the whole morning with the deep square and the deep third. You'd like to think that their plan is to be bowling short, but we'll have to see what maybe the still initial over, see what does they play like.
Yeah, for me, it's a field where it's like they're saying to the Dolphins, we've got protections in the deep, and let's see if you can make mistake this time. Well played by Romashan Pillay down the leg side, but it's just going to be one.
Yes, correct. It looks a bit defensive to start off in the morning. Usually, I'm big on when early morning, you don't know how the pitch is going to play like on a new day. You like to see maybe a bit of more attacking field, apply that pressure, make the batsman think a little bit different.
298 for 5 is the score, and Tshepang Ditole is on 155, and then Romashan Pillay just 7 runs away from his 4th half century.
Yeah,
The Dolphins are coming close to the 300 mark. They've batted really well, especially with this partnership here. It's looking really good on 95, 5 runs away from that 100 mark.
Yeah, a lot of fielders patrolling the boundary rope here by the Lions. I think it's a situation where they are saying to the Dolphins, let's see how you bat and let's hope you'll make mistakes and then we can pick up some wickets. Well defended this time around by Romashan Pile for a single.
As I was saying, look, as much as they say, look, let's push for mistake, but mistakes only come through pressure, and I truly believe maybe bringing the fielders in, not allowing those easy singles to be played, it really puts that pressure on the bats because now they're getting those easy singles, they're able to push for those singles, and yeah.
Yeah, end of the over, and that's the 300 runs for the Dolphins. 300 runs for 5. Tsebang Ditole playing on nicely here on 155, and the youngster on 44 runs. As we see Cody Yusuf, the Lions' fast bowler. He has been bowling fuller, more especially the first over this morning. It was a touch fuller to the left-hander, Tsebang Ditole. And he's so strong on the leg, on the offside is Tsebang Ditole. If he missed the line with that kind of a length that Cody Yusuf has been bowling, I can tell you now he will go for boundaries. Just turned around the corner by Romashan Pile for another single. Dealing with singles is the youngster this morning.
Indeed, they're dealing with singles, and they found those singles quite easy this morning. I'm sure they'll be enjoying that to be rotating the strike. What's very important, especially starting off in a new day, you want to be getting those legs moving, your body moving, getting those singles in, getting those calls out. So it would definitely be a thing for them.
Outside that line of off stump by Cody Yusuf.
Ditole also, just noted this morning, he's coming close to that figure, his best figures, batting figures. He's about 7 runs short. His best was 162. So you definitely want to get over that with this performance that he's had. You want to capitalize on this chance he's got today, as well as Ramashan Pillay will look to get his 4th 50, as you mentioned. He had a 3. So they're both looking forward to something this morning, these two gents.
Yeah, much fuller this time once again by Cody Yusuf to Tsebang Ditole. Continue with the ploy of testing his defense early on. But so far, so good from Tsebang Ditole. He's been around as Tsebang Ditole, a very good batsman, like we say. Yeah, it is average though, Kamva. That's a big concern for me. He averages 27.8 in first-class cricket. Down the leg side, and they will settle for a single. I still feel he should be there up in the 30s, maybe 35, 37, 38, somewhere in and around that area.
No, for sure. As an opener, you'll want to push that average up. You'll want to better that. And I think this innings, as much as it comes towards the end of the season, it will be something that you'll take into the next couple of games, especially going to the possibility of a final. And then you'll want to improve on that. Any opener, any top order batsman, he wants that average a bit higher up in the 35 upwards mark. Obviously, still working on that, but you'd expect a lot more from him.
Good delivery, Cody Yusuf. He has picked up 3 wickets so far in this match. And that's the end of the over number 72. The score is 302 for 5. Tsebang Ditole is on 156. Romashan Pile is on 45. Yeah, Gamba, maybe just a question. It is the final day of this match. We're still in the first innings. Do you think there is any possibility of a result? What do you think might be the strategy or tactics for both these two sides in terms of how they should go about their business today?
push for single there by Tepang Ditole. Look, yeah, in terms of result-wise, I don't see any side coming out with a win, especially still the first innings. I believe that the Dolphins were looking to bat deep.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I had a chance to talk to Ken about it before commentary, and he mentioned that I think what the Dolphins will want to do is just to bet 100 overs so that they can get that bonus point. Maybe it can help them in terms of the finals and sustaining their position in the log standing, sitting at number 2 at this stage, because definitely there is no chance we will have a result in this match. It's high up in the air and easily taken in the end. And Tepang Ditole, that's the first wicket this morning for the Lions. And Dominic Hendricks, the skipper, picking up the opening batsman, Tepang Ditole, for 157 runs. And the score now is 304 for 6.
Let's have a look at that again as Tepang Ditole hits that towards the leg side. Gone. Tepang Ditole. Oh, what an innings from him. He's batted really well. 157 runs for 224 balls. He's been aggressive. He's been patient. He'll be disappointed by that unforced error early on in the morning. He would have liked to think that he would have maybe taken a bit of more time to go attacking early this morning. But what an innings for him nevertheless. He's put his team in a great position to at least get some draw out of this in this game, and also push them at least towards that 100 over mark for that batting bonus point. But what an innings from him!
Just after the partnership has gone to that 100 mark, and the Dolphins losing their opening batter here, Tepang Ditole, for 157. Like we said, the score is 304 for 6. And joining in the youngster Romashan Pillay, it's Ethan Bosch. Romashan Pillay is still on 46. The Lions will be happy with the wicket that they got this morning. Maybe it will push this game forward a little bit.
Wish I could see that catch again by Delano Poklita. Those ones that go overhead are never easy. So definitely beautiful catch from Delano Poklita there, from his spinner there from Dominic Hendricks. Dominic Hendricks will be happy about that. As we welcome to the crease Ethan Bosch. He'll want to take his time here this morning. He'll want to take those singles, especially the field being spread out for him, and maybe rotate the strike.
Immediately off the mark is Ethan Bosch.
Nice push for single there by Ethan Bosch, and Dominic Hendricks coming in for his last ball there over. Another push for a single there by Romashan Pillay that pushes him to 47, 3 runs short of that 50 mark. It brings the end of the over, of the 73rd over, which leaves the score at 306 for 6, with Romashan Pillay at 47 runs of 65 balls, and Ethan Bosch just joined us to the crease. What's your thoughts on the log, Takalani?
I mean, it's at the top. I think we have seen, I'm not too sure what's the updates from the Western Province game, but I think the Western Province will be climbing the log, maybe moving on to number 3, maybe after this match. But at the bottom, the Warriors, the Northwest Dragon, and maybe the Gold Rush Bowland. I'm not sure what's the updates there, but in terms of the Dufferbet Warriors, I'm really surprised there. They find themselves at the bottom of the log without any win. Northwest Dragon also without any win, second from the bottom. So it's really surprising that you could find this quality side sitting at the bottom of the log without any win in the season so far in first class cricket.
Yeah, it's you ask yourself questions why that happens and why you find the teams find themselves in that situation. And hopefully they'll definitely want to fight for a spot now to make sure they stay in the competition, they don't get relegated. Though it's going to be tough going. It's really tough going for them to take themselves out of that position they're in right now. Though they're looking to correct that definitely next season.
And this is where the promotion and relegation strategy makes the system so much interesting. You've got sides waiting to be promoted from Division 2, and then if you're not playing well in Division 1, you go down, sort yourself out, maybe get the opportunity to come back. So it makes the structure or the system competitive all the time because you've got something that you're playing for.
I was talking to that today with Mr. Ken Borland today with regards to the points.
A beautiful delivery that by Cody Yusuf, just outside the line of that off stump. Beautiful shape, beautiful movement of that delivery.
We actually haven't really talked about Cody's bowling this morning. He's really bowled tidily this morning. His bowl is quite tight, a few short balls here and there, but he's really been tidy this morning, bowled the right lines and length. And just to look at the pitch as well, the pitch has played really well as well. Yesterday it was a bit slower on the slower side of things in terms of pace of the pitch, but today is looking a bit quicker. The ball is carrying really well to the keeper. I'm sure the sun has baked really well on the pitch. As you see, another short ball there by Cody Yusuf.
Yeah, I thought he was unlucky on the first day of this match. He really bowled well, good line, good length, a bit of movement, but didn't pick up a lot on the first day. But here he is continuing to really bowl well, showing his experience, trying to pick up wicket.
He's bowled a lot of energy. He's currently sitting on figures of 3 for 51 of 23.5 overs, and he's bowled a tidy over of just maidens.
Another beauty of a delivery from Cody Yusuf to end the over. That's over number 74. And the score now is 306 for 6. And Romashan Pillay is on 47, and Ethan Bosch is still on 1.
We're talking about those log standings, and we've mentioned across the country there's been a bit of rain going across the country, so a few games have been affected in terms of results wise. But I do believe that a lot of these games got something to play for. Western Province looking for a win, Titans looking for a possible win today as well.
Down the ground by Ethan Bosch for a single.
And then also as well, as much as we're looking possibly at the draw, especially with only one innings that's been played, but a lot of these teams will be looking for batting points. Batting points as well, and they'll also be looking at bowling points as well. So there's a lot to play for, because if you look at that log, we spoke about that log, it's quite tight in terms of points. So there's a lot to play for in terms of results, points wise. So it's not just usually when you look at the game like this, you think, oh, it's a dead rubber, it's over, there's nothing much to play for. But I believe there's a lot excitement around the country for the cricket that's on.
Yeah, good shot down the ground this time around, and it goes all the way. It's going to be 6 runs from Ethan Bosch. Does that shot give us something? Do you think the Dolphins now maybe are close to declaration? Ethan Bosch just joined Romashan Pillay, and already he's hitting the ball out of here.
It looks like it. By the looks of it, initially when I spoke to Ken Borland this morning, we thought they'd like the bat towards the 100 mark over. But the way they've started this morning, it's like they're looking to declare. So they might have some thoughts in their mind that, look, we might have a result in play here if we bowl really well. Obviously, it's a big ask, but they look very aggressive this morning. They haven't looked like a team that they're just looking to bowl towards 100 over mark. They look quite aggressive. As if you see Ethan Bosch, the first 6 of the day in the morning. So maybe a bit of entertainment this morning, maybe?
Yeah, I won't mind that entertainment this morning. Sunday morning, beautiful day. The sun is out, early start, and I think I'm expecting a full day's play here. Good shot down the leg side. Good effort in the deep. But it's not going to save the boundary as the ball rolls to the boundary for 4.
Yet another boundary there by Ethan Bosch. What a shot. Just rocks back on the back foot. Pulls it along the carpet of Supersport on the Wanderers Stadium, and this off is quite quick this morning. I'm sure the sun is really baked on the outfield, and it's a lot quicker what we're used to seeing here. And good effort from the field of Peter at the boundary, but powerful shot there by Ethan Bosch.
This time he will just settle for a single. Just looking at the pitch, Kamva. Look at the outfield, how green it is with all the rain that we have in the past few weeks in this part of the world. Really, the iconic Wanderers Stadium really looks stunning, isn't it?
Oh, it looks beautiful. Don't you love it? It's lush green. The rain has been just coming over it consistently over the last couple of weeks. Look, we've been blessed with rain here in Johannesburg since early January, coming into this to March, late March, and look, it only makes sense that the outfield is this green. The groundsmen must be loving it, saving some water.
And we will have change in bowling. It's going to be Ngaba Yomuzi Peter.
The young Eastern Cape lad, Ngaba Peter, young lad from Hudson Park High.
Are you from that part of the world?
Yes, 100%. Played with him. I played with him before, actually. In I think our last year of school.
Yeah, good delivery to start things off by Ngaba Peter.
I must say, I never managed to get him away. He was a bit too good for me. When we did play, I think I played about 2 games against him, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, he's a brilliant youngster. Looking forward to how he's going to grow into the future. He's had a few Proteas games as well. He's made his international part. He's been part of the IPL, so he's definitely a future prospect. He's been selected for South Africa, selected for IPL, so definitely, I'd say it's up to him to make sure that he puts in the work, carries on what he's been doing, that's been putting him out there. Nice field in there by Ngaba Peter off his own bowling. That's nice. Always nice to see with the spinners putting that effort in for their own bowling. Something that you see a lot from the likes of Nathan Lyon, the experienced heads.
This time, well played on the offside by Romashan Pile. Yeah, I think Ngaba Peter is playing for a good side. The Lions has been doing well in both format of the game here in South Africa. Down the ground by Ethan Bosch, and a bit of London Bridge to the fielder there as it rolls to the boundary for 4. Beautifully placed by Ethan Bosch once again.
Luther Sipamla won't be happy with that. The big fast bowler there. It was just look at that again. Just goes underneath him. He would like to do better than that.
Yeah, completely missed this time by Ethan Bosch to end the over number 76. The score is 325 for 6, and Romashan Pile 1 run shy away from his half century, and Ethan Bosch, oh my goodness, what a start. Came in 3rd, 4th delivery, hit it for 6.
Yes, he's been aggressive this morning. As you look at his batting tally, he's on 18 of 11 balls. Brilliant start. I just had a question in mind, something that I've been thinking about for a long time. And this is regards to spin in the long day, in the long format. Let's just wait for this ball. It's a block there by Ramashan Pillay. Look, I've thought about this for some time now. That I'm worried about the look of how the leg spinners in terms of the longer format. You've seen a lot of in over the years that it's been an off spinners game in terms of the longer format, and haven't really seen a lot of outside of the Asian outside of India, maybe your Pakistani sides where they've kept their legs in terms of the 4-day stuff, but you haven't really seen that in maybe your English sides, your maybe your Australian side where they've stayed along unless they go to a subcontinent tour, and then you'll see them once in a while. But it worries me that a guy like Ngaba Peter that would like to play Test cricket in the future, and then probably might not get his probably best chance because of the nature of his bowling. Maybe it's more suited for the shorter format. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that was Ramashan Pilay's fourth 50 from 77 deliveries. Well played, young man. It's time down the ground by Ethan Bosch for a single. They will come back for the second. Good running between these two. Yeah, just going back to the conversation, I think it's all about the tactics. It's all about the pitch that you played in. And in terms of the tactics, with the leggies, the more they bowl, the more they will trouble the batsmen. So do we have sides that are prepared to give them that sort of opportunity, allow them to bowl as many overs as possible? Sometimes they might go for runs, quick single once again between these two. Sometimes they might go for runs. So as a side, are you really going to give the leggies that opportunity to bowl as many deliveries as possible so that they can have an impact on a match? And then in terms of the pitch, does the pitch allow you to use the spinner? In more especially from South Africa's point of view, you normally see spinners being used just to plug and end so that the captain can rotate the fast bowler the other end. So it's those kind of things that will have an impact to the progression of a certain spinner.
I understood, and it's just for me, it's I ask myself the question: how do we fit in the leg spinners in a longer format? Because they are out there, and you want to nurture that talent. You don't want to now push that talent, especially in countries like South Africa, Australia. You're probably going to get maybe only playing in the shorter format.
Yeah, from our Peter's sake, I think with the Lions side, there is so much experience and knowledge in the Lions tactical team, the technical team, the likes of Hashim Amla down the ground. Just going to be one, the likes of Alan Donald. So, like you said, I think the Lions will give him opportunity to showcase his talent. But the big question is, are we going to give opportunities to our leg spinners across all the teams that we have, first-class teams that we have here in South Africa, so that they can go on and represent the national team? And in most cases, you'll find cricket teams prefer a leggy who will be able to bat so that he can slot it at that number 7, number 8. So if he's just an out-and-out leg spinner, they are not really sure on how to play him in their side in terms of first-class cricket. But yes, there is opportunity for leg spinners to do well in a country. We've got pitches that can create quality leg spinners. And also it does help our batsmen so that they can get used to this kind of bowling. I think outside edge this time, a big chase there. And the ball win the race as it goes to the boundary for 4.
A bit of a streaky boundary there by Ramashan Pillay, I could say, maybe. But that's a sign of the quick outfield this morning. The ball moved quite quickly to the boundary. So I still do feel it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough going for the leg spinners, especially as you've mentioned that if you don't have that batting ability, maybe you're still building like a guy like Ngava Peter. He hasn't really built in terms of his batting performances as of yet. You obviously look forward to that if he does build on that. Though outside of that, if maybe the batting is not extremely there, can a player get into there? I think that's the question that we leave at the moment.
And we'll have a commentary change as I say bye-bye to Kamva Nyekana, and I welcome the legendary Ken Boland. And that's the end of the over number 78. The score is 336 for 6. Romashan Pile is on 56 and Ethan Bosch is on 22. As I say, good morning, Ken Boland.
Morning, Takalani.
How are you this morning?
Yeah, oh, very good, thank you. Gorgeous day at the Wanderers, beautiful sunshine, and a mighty blow by Ethan Bosch down the ground, and another 6 for the strong young man, Ethan Bosch.
Yeah, I came in early from the word go. He was looking, attacking. Is the Dolphins player, Ethan Bosch.
Dominic Hendricks goes again. Met on the full by Ethan Bosch and bashed it down the ground to Long On, who had a little way to run, so they'll come back for the second. I'd imagine, Takalani, that Dom Hendricks is bowling his last over because the second new ball is due in 9 deliveries time. But he's done a job. He's got rid of De Tole. Bosch down the wicket again and beautifully caught by Dom Hendricks off his own bowling. That was struck really hard by Ethan Bosch. And a sharp catch by the bowler.
Yeah, talking about doing well and picking up wickets, Ken Boland. This time around, Dominic Hendricks picking up his second this morning. Second for the Lions this morning as the score now 344 for 7. Easy catch in the end from the skipper to dismiss the aggressive Ethan Bosch.
I wonder if there was a bit of turn back into the right-hander there, just cramping up the stroke a bit such that he couldn't get it past the bowler. But Ethan Bosch, he had some fun out there as the Dolphins probably try and make their way to 400 within, well, certainly 400 is on inside 100 overs. That'll get them another whole batting bonus point. As we see Prenelin Sobrian coming to the crease. No mug with the bat, he's useful.
Yeah, he can bat. It's Sobrian joining Romashan Pile, who's on 56. Just looking at the replay, easy catch from Dominic Hendricks in the end to dismiss Ethan Bosch that time around.
Ethan Bosch, 30 off just 18 deliveries, 2 4s and 2 6s. So a good little injection of runs for the Dolphins, who are obviously just trying to get as much as they can, I would say, within the 100 overs. You get 0.02 of a point for every run scored, so they accumulate. Basically, every 50 runs you score is 1 full point. Dom Hendricks now over the wicket to Sobrian. And again, good fielding off his own bowling.
Yeah, he has done well. He's the captain this morning. picking up those 2 crucial wickets.
A little bit flatter that time, and Sir Brian gets his innings underway.
345 for 7 is the score. And Sir Brian just getting off the mark last delivery.
Second new ball will be due after this over. I'm sure that the Lions will take that. They, of course, with the 7th wicket, have now got their 3rd bowling bonus point. They need 2 more to get the full house of 4 points. Ngaba Peter, the leg spinner, will continue. Slip in place. Nicely bowled.
It must have been so frustrating for both these two sides. Ken Boland, first day, only 26 overs were bowled. I mean, you're sitting 1 and 2 and you want to cement your place in the log at the top.
Yeah, it's a great pity because obviously everyone was looking forward to a very big matchup between 1 and 2 on the log. But the good thing is that it keeps it very interesting for the final round of fixtures. The supporters of Western Province, the people down in the Cape, they'll be very happy if this match ends in a draw, because it means if Western Province win today at Newlands, they will probably go second. Just drifting down leg from Ngaba Peter, and Sir Brian collects another single. Penelon Sir Brian, I said he's useful with the bat. He's got 3 4-day half centuries, averages 13,8.
I'm not sure what is the update in Centurion, Ken Boland, between the Northwest Dragons and the Momentum Multiply Titans. The last time I checked, Deval Brevis was really piling up some runs for the Titans. He has gone to his century the last time I checked.
That feels like 2 days ago, but I think it was yesterday morning. Takalani has a good over by Ngaba Peter, comes to an end. Second new ball is now due for the Lions. And we see straight away Cody Yusuf striding to the golf course end to take that new nut. But the Northwest have lost a wicket this morning, their first one. Matthew Kleinfeld's out. So they are 73 for 1 and still trailing by 45 runs. So if the Titans have a really good day with the ball, a really good morning there at Supersport Park, a result is not impossible. But there's going to have to be quite a collapse of wickets. Western Province have declared on their overnight score actually of 106 for 2. And Boland in their second innings, 11 without loss. Western Province leading 10 wickets in the day and defending a target of 381. Sir Brian slashes, but straight to Mohammed Manak at backward point. Almost a wide gully. He's so far behind square.
2 slips and a gully. And more Manak in that point region. And then you've got cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then fine leg.
I see a ball now going off the field. So Cody Yusuf just bowled one ball with the old ball just to get loose. Oh, yeah. First one with the new ball. Nice bounce outside off stump. And Subrian has clearly decided that attacking the second new ball is the way to go. It can work out. He has just come to the crease, though.
Once again, Subrian slashing outside the off stump from Cody Yusuf's delivery, who has really bowled well in this match, in this innings. He has picked up 3 wickets for 51 deliveries. That one was on a good length, just outside the off stump.
Steered off the front foot this time by Subrian.
Me and Kamva, we did have a chat about so many fielders in the boundary rope, but it looks like the Lions have changed that ploy. Only a fine leg in the deep. A lot of fielders in the catching position, Ken Poland.
Yeah, I think the Lions just wanted to get to this second new ball and concede as few runs as they could. And not entirely successful. They did get a couple of wickets, though, so that, as I said, was another bowling bonus point for them. Umpire Bongani Jelly just checking out Subrian's bat. He's a very jovial fellow, Bongani Jelly. A smile is never far from his face. Subrian just swapping his bat. Another dot ball for Cody Yusuf. He's made a decent start with this second new ball. So the Lions bowled 12 overs this morning, 12 overs and one ball before this second new ball, and conceded 52 runs. A little bit expensive. They did get 2 wickets, though. Another dot ball. Subrian couldn't get that one behind square with the leg glance, where he certainly would have got a run.
Yeah, a good over so far from Cody Yusuf. Few deliveries outside that of stump. Subrian went slashing, missed completely those deliveries. This time around, a bit fuller by Cody Yusuf, just testing the all-rounder on a straighter delivery.
Cody Yusuf has been the most successful of the Lions bowlers in this innings, 3 for 51, and he's bowled a very tidy first over with the second new ball. Dolphins 346 for 7. "19 overs left in which to get bonus points. I guess if the tail really wags here, the Dolphins could get up to 450.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Ethan Bosch when he came in. Now Subrian following suit. Looks like 450. Maybe just 400 can. Maybe 450 might be a bit optimistic. But in and around that 400 mark, I think they'll be happy.
As Luto Sapamla starts well, yeah, the Dolphins will be very happy with 400. The tail would have done well. Ramesh and Pillay is obviously the key man out there at the moment. 56 off 84 balls. And looks like a guy who can certainly get some quick runs if he puts his mind to it. Pillay on strike at the moment.
Yeah, last two deliveries, Pile demonstrating how good he is on his defensive stroke. Looks like he's got a solid defensive technique. And he has been patient in his innings so far. We haven't seen any shot of anger from him this morning.
Nicely tucked away. I think Pillay's decided he's in it for the long haul this morning. He was pretty aggressive last night when he came to the crease. But batting very sensibly this morning. And he's been really one of the finds of the season for the Dolphins. It's his fourth half century of the campaign today, averaging 41 and a half coming into the game, so that'll nudge up a bit as well.
And he can bowl as well, so
That's a bit of a wild slash by Hinnerlin Sobryan, which he edged into himself, I think. Here, Ramesh Pillay bowls handy little seamers.
I love these young all-rounders, Ken Boland. I think I'm obsessed with Jacques Kallis.
We know your love for the great man.
Yeah, I always have in mind, can I have another Jacques Kallis in my lifetime?
Don't we all wish, but probably a once in a lifetime cricketer, Jacques Kallis. But I was just thinking that, well, certainly ever since I've been alive, South African cricket, if you had to think of one great strength of ours, it's been all-rounders,
Yeah.
and especially fast bowling all-rounders.
There was a time when we had so many of them in all formats of the game, the likes of Justin Kemp, Sean Pollock, even Johan van der Vaart would have considered himself an all-rounder.
Underrated player, Johan van der Vaart. I mean, in other countries, I think he would have played a lot more international cricket than he did. Luto Sapamna, also a tidy first over from him, just one run off it. And and I think we're heading into another good era in terms of all-rounders. We've obviously got Marco Jansen, Vian Mulder, Bayer Swanepoel is yet to play for South Africa. He's a good one. We've got a spin bowling all-rounder like Seniran Mutasamy, Uruan de Swart.
George Linde. What a season he's having, George Linde.
He's a quality cricketer, George Linde, there's no doubt. And I've always been a bit baffled as to why he hasn't featured more for the Proteas over the last couple of years. Good to see him getting called back into that squad this summer.
And I think I read somewhere, Ken Boland, that Keshav Maharaj is injured. I'm not too sure in terms of how long that injury will be. But thinking of the World Test Championship final, there is an opportunity if he's out. The likes of Sobryan, the likes of George Linde can come into the side to replace him.
Yeah, Maharaj has a groin strain. I think he's expected to be okay by June, by the World Test Championship final. Obviously, Proteas would want their leading spinner to be available for that.
Dug in short this time around by Cody Yusuf, testing the young star Romashan Pillay, who's on 57. I like the aggression of Cody Yusuf. when I first saw this pitch, Ken Boland, on day one, there was some tinge of grass in the surface. I thought with the overcast condition, even though we only bowled 26 overs on the first day, I thought maybe we could have gotten more wickets on that day.
That's a beautiful delivery from Cody Yusuf. Bounce and movement away. And Pillay survives there. Yeah, I saw some quotes gathered by the journalist. I'll just make sure I get his name right before I venture forth into that. Again, beaten outside the off stump. Pillay just had a bit of a fend at that delivery from Cody Yusuf, who, yeah, you mentioned his aggression. He's definitely had a bit of fire in the belly in this game, which has been good to see. The rest of the Lions attack bit lackluster at times. Difficult when you've got the disappointment of the match basically being consigned to a draw quite early on.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. Another maiden over from Cody Yusuf. The score is 347 for 7, and the partnership just 3 runs. Romashan Pillay is on 57, and Subrian, the spinner, is on 2 from 15 deliveries. When he came in early on, we thought he's coming in with some bit of aggression, but Cody Yusuf has bowled really well, and Subrian has really struggled to get Cody Yusuf away in this match.
So the journalist in question, Kunoloko Polokeng, super writer, he's worth a follow. Subrian off the inside edge again, and it has run away for 4 very lucky runs. He just interviewed Russell Domingo after yesterday's play, and Russell Domingo just saying how disappointed he was with the Lions bowling, admitting that they'd been very poor yesterday, bad discipline, really just all over the place. As the 350 comes up with those lucky 4 runs. Oh, that one stood up a bit outside off stump.
I fully agree with the coach there. I thought they should have done more. I thought they should have picked up a few. There was some movement. Good pitch, good carry, good bounce. Yeah, but it happens. It's the nature of our beautiful game.
Just a single for Sir Brian behind square.
But normally, more especially this season, Ken Boland, I think it's the Lions who won the toss. I was a bit surprised when they elected to bowl first. They normally elected to bat once they got an opportunity to win the toss, but this time around they changed the tactics a bit.
I think the weather conditions on that first morning kind of demanded it. It was very overcast. There was rain around it. It started raining before lunch, and well, in fact, I think they came off for an early lunch for bad light. So I think the conditions made them bowl first. Pillay nicely behind that one, and then after when the entire second day's play was then lost, and the first day was limited to just 26 overs. I guess the sting came out of the match a bit, and the Lions just battled maybe a bit to really get up for the contest yesterday.
Yeah, it's always a concern when you've lost 2 days play.
Cut away by Pillay for a single. That ends the 84th over, 353 for 7. And we will be having a drinks break. So the Dolphins began still their first innings on this final morning on 294 for 5. They've lost the wicket of the brilliant Chapang Detole, who made a pretty epic 157, and he fell just 5 runs short of his best score in all first-class cricket, and just 22 runs short of 1,000 first-class runs for the Dolphins, which would have been a nice little milestone for him. The other man to fall today was Ethan Bosch, smartly caught and bowled by Dominic Hendricks for a quick-fire 30 off just 18 balls. And it was Hendricks who also got Detole out. But Ramesh and Pillay is still going strong, as you see there, on 58 not out. And Prenelin Sabrine with him on 6. And Takalani, anything more to say about the Lions' bowling figures there?
Yeah, Cody Yusuf, he has picked up 3 wickets for 51 runs from his 26 overs. The captain himself picking up 2 crucial wickets this morning. Chapang Detole for 157 and the wicket of Ethan Bosch. And then Lutos Pamela just 1 for 61 deliveries. Tepo Mureki just 1 wicket also for 76 runs. And after the drinks break, Ken Boland, you will be joined by Kamva Nyekana.
Thank you, Takalani.
Good morning, Ken.
Morning, Kamva.
How are you doing this morning, Ken? Has it joined you again with the new ball, about third over of the new ball?
No, we've had 4. It was taken.
So the fifth
Well,
over.
we've had 3 overs and 5 balls.
So you're looking at the fifth over of this new ball. It's played really well. So we get a single there to start off the over.
Yeah, the Lions have been pretty tidy with this second new ball.
Yes, they've had a really decent start with this new ball. The Lions, they've started very tidily, ball, some consistent lines. We saw that just before the new ball, the Dolphins were quite aggressive with that older ball. Now they've been a bit more circumspect. Nice short one there by Cody Yusuf. He's also bowled really well.
Yeah, just 8 runs scored off the second new ball so far, and we've seen a couple deliveries beat the bat as well. Sir Brian's had a couple of fortuitous inside edges. So the Lions will be pleased and just need to stay patient and try and wrap up this innings.
Oh, what a delivery there by Cody Yusuf. Just drop shorts of the second slip. He'll be a little bit disappointed by that the ball didn't carry. Especially a new ball, you'd expect that chair to come off. Let's see as it goes to slip. Oh, it just goes short.
Zubair Hamza, the man at second slip there. I guess we must give the batter some credit there because it was a brute of a delivery that, stood up, and I think he did well to get it down to ground just before slip.
Another single there by Sir Brian. Cody Yusuf's bowling with a lot of energy with this new ball. It's good to see. You like to see that from your fast bowlers when they get that new cherry in their hands. You really want them to make use of it and bowl with a lot of energy. That you don't want to waste that new ball. It's actually been a good watch now since the new ball has come on. A lot of contest between bats and balls. It was a bit of a quieter morning in terms of the ball. Now you see a little bit of energy with the ball this morning. Another delivery there, just pushed to the covers.
Yeah, energy is a good way to describe it. Takalani Nechiava said aggression. I used the word fire. Yeah, they all apply, don't they? And Cody Yusuf, good to see him coming out this morning and getting it all together. And he's certainly keeping the batsman under some pressure.
He's definitely been the pick of the bowlers, though, in terms of his figures. He's been really standing up really well for the team. Another beautiful delivery there, but foolish, but tight to the batsman. Doesn't really give him a chance to flee his arms. So it started really well, the new balls. As well as Pamela as well. I've been really impressed how he's bowled in the collar drive end. Happy to see that he's bowling tidily. He's bowled quite a few deliveries. That back of the length delivery really well this morning. That asked a few questions of the batsman. So I'd like to see him follow up with another over like that. See what we can do with the ball, the new ball. Just must say though, it's probably also a nice watch for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins because they'll be bowling soon if this innings ends in time soon. Another beautiful delivery there by Siplamla. Good leave though by Sir Brian. Good leave. Carries really well to the keeper.
Luto Sapamla is, I think he's someone who's really mastered the correct length here at the Wanderers, and his record shows that he's got 42 wickets in 10 games before this match, and an average of just 23.
Another delivery blocked well by Sir Brian. Definitely, to touch on that point of how he's mastered the length, and on this particular pitch, in the SA20, he really stood out for me in terms of the bowlers that really came to bowl. Yeah, he bowled a really beautiful length. Far too often in the games that took place here for his team, he really stood up for his team during the SA20. So I'm not surprised to see this when he does bowl well here as well, and his figures speak for himself.
Struck on the back pad. It's given out. Umpire Bongani Jele reckons that was adjacent. And Luto Sapamla has struck with the second new ball.
Nice delivery there by Sapamla. Ken bowling tidily this morning. As we were speaking about him, as he's mastered his length. Another beautiful delivery that comes into the right-hand batsman. Just Brian couldn't pick that. Smashes in plumb in front of the stumps. Bongani Jele points at it. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, beautiful delivery there by Sapamla. Just jags back into the pads and gone.
Do you think it brushed the front pad first and then hit the back? It looked pretty plumb to me if it hit the front pad.
It looked like it hit the back pad to me, and if it hit the front, then it would question a bit of the height. But to me, it looked like it hit the back.
Yeah. I'm quite happy with the decision.
We definitely trust Bongani Jele to make the right decision. He's an experienced umpire. Obviously, our umpires are all human. They do make those mistakes, but that one looked pretty plumb.
I agree with you. Yeah, no problem with that at all. And a good breakthrough for the Lions as Darren de Pavillon. Here's the wicket again. Yeah, no, I think it has hit the back leg, and he's pretty much in line, isn't he? And I think height-wise it's okay, actually.
Yes, definitely. And this speaks to my point again of how the Hollywoodbets will be excited about how this new ball is playing on this pitch on this day four. It's moving, it's carrying really well, and they'll be excited that maybe there might be just an outside chance of maybe a collapse from the Lions if they bowl really well. Obviously,
You never know. The Lions have occasionally found themselves in deep trouble with the bat. So Ramesh and Pilla, the man gone for a really impressive innings of 60 off 101 balls, 5 fours, and a 6 for the promising all-rounder.
another flash there. Another good delivery there by Lucha Supamla, forcing the foul stroke. This new ball has really played well. I'm really happy to see that there's a bit of action today. We've seen a bit of runs early on. We've seen now wickets. So it's been an action-packed morning. A lot would have come in this morning thinking maybe it might just be one of those dead rubber days, but not just on that, but the points log also has got a lot to look forward to. Oh, another close one there by Supamla. Just strays leg side. Bit of a shot from Slips and from the Supamla as well, but the umpire just walks away and gives a leg by.
I think this was not that far away. Darren de Pavillon, you'll see, walks right across these stumps and then plays across his front pad. I think it was heading down leg, but only just. Definitely worth a shot.
It's a dangerous trigger movement there by de Pavillon coming across to his stumps, covering all his stumps, that ball jagging back there by Luda Supamla. As we see Luda Supamla coming back in again. A lot of energy. Oh, that one should be gone. Another wicket there by Luta Supamla. That is definitely plum now. No questions about that.
Yeah, full and straight. And Sir Brian it was who swung all around that delivery.
Yeah, Supamla again. He's found that length again. Let's have a look at that. He bowled it really straight and full. Oh, what a wicket by Luta Supamla. Didn't have to turn around there. That was a simple decision for the umpire. Lucha Supamla is really taking care of this new ball really well this morning. As I spoke about him coming into this over, he would bowl really well. I think, but close to about the bowler made in the previous over and the first over as well was a quiet over, and he bowled a really good line. As you had mentioned, Ken, he knows the pitch. He knows the pitch really well. He knows what lengths to bowl here, and we can see that he's done that all season. He's done it for the SA20. He's done it in the 4-day stuff, the 1-day stuff. So he'll definitely be having a lot of confidence coming into this new ball here this morning. Quite impressed on how he's. Let's have a look at that wicket again. Fuller. Just a little bit in swing there. Quite a bit of movement this morning, no one.
As last man, Kuklachele comes to the wicket. No great designs as a batsman, proper number 11. I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl though later today, probably. He's got some gas, Kuklachele. Unfortunately, has had a lot of injury problems in his career.
Yes, as you see, Kuklachele coming in. He'll be important to the Dolphins' bowling innings, as well as the Pavlon. The two guys in the pitch at the moment will want to be taking that new ball really well. Coming into, because you can see the ball has a bit of talking this morning, as they'll be to be backed up by Ethan Bosch, guys with a bit of pace behind him. Nothing short of just past medium paces, but they will be definitely looking to do something with that new ball, especially with the movement and the pitch carrying really well. It's a lot drier this morning, less moisture on the pitch, so I'm sure there'll definitely be a bit of pace on it. Another back of the length delivery there by Cody Youssef, but indecision there with the run. That is just pushed the covers by De Pavillon.
So I guess we have a really good last wicket stand. The Dolphins are going to fall well short of 400, and I think they'll be a little bit disappointed by that.
Oh, what a wick. They're gone. Gone. That's the end of the innings. Cody Yusuf picks up his 4th wicket for 54 runs on the 27th over. Oh, that's the end of the innings. That is 357 of 10 wickets gone now, and 87 overs bowled. With that, to Pavlon gone. Let's have a look at the last wicket there by Cody Yusuf. Back of a length delivery. Edges it to the keeper. And the umpire points it out. Gone, gone, gone.
Well, I said that the Lions had created some pressure with the second new ball, and they just needed to stay patient. And that's exactly what they did. And then bang, 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 3 wickets in the space of less than 10 deliveries, really. And it's been a clinical display by Luto Sapamla and Cody Yusuf. Yusuf ends with 4 for 54. Very well bowled by him. And Luto Sapamla picks up 3 wickets. 3 for 61 for him.
As we look at that innings there by the it was the openers with Cyril Irvia and Sapang Titole. Cyril didn't last too long, or rather didn't score too many runs for 27 balls. We had Sapang Titole that had a beautiful innings that took about 3 days to get through, but eventually got to a beautiful score that put the Dolphins in a great position actually with 157 for 225 balls. And then you didn't have really too many guys backing him up for that, but had a big partnership with who's this Kaya Zondi, who really batted well, and at the end as well, towards the end they had a partnership there at the end and batted really well. What's your thoughts on the bowling, Ken?
Well, led by Cody Yusuf, 4 for 54 in 27 overs and 2 balls. So excellent economy and also strikeability from Cody Yusuf. The pick of the Lions bowlers. Luto Sapamla bowled really well this morning with the second new ball. He gets 3 for 61. Tepo Moreki coming back from injury, hasn't played for 5 weeks. And so understandably a little bit rusty, but did get a wicket. And Dom Hendricks, a bit of a surprise packet with his off spin this morning, picking up a couple of wickets as well.
As we go through to the innings break, we'll take a break and we'll meet you shortly after the break. Hello. Oh, okay. We welcome you back at DP World Wonders Stadium this morning after a beautiful first innings by the Dolphins, where they scored 357 runs. Then now we already got the first delivery gone. We just didn't have sound at the moment, but what a beautiful start there by Ethan Bosch. A bouncer to start off with, faced by Joshua Richards, and in partnership with David Hendricks. We welcome you back. My name is Kamva Nyikana, and welcome back, Mr. Tagalan.
Yeah, thank you, Kamva, and welcome back to all the viewers, wherever you are this morning. Like we said, it's a beautiful day here in Johannesburg, and first innings of the match is done and dusted now, and we see the home side, the DP World Lions, the two opening batsmen, Joshua Richards, and the skipper, Dominic Hendricks. Beautiful delivery by Ethan Bosch to Joshua Richards, the right-hander. He hasn't really had a good season so far. It's Joshua Richards, but Dominic Hendricks, the skipper, what a player he's been, what a servant of the game he's been for the Lions. He's always in good touch in this wicket, knows it very well. Just looking at the field here for the Dolphins, 3 slips and a gully. You've got point, cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg.
Oh, another beautiful delivery there by Ethan Bosch. Just beats the outside edge. You've got the back of a length delivery he started off with. Started off with the bouncer. Now he's got another delivery. Just snips away from the right-hand batsman right-hand bat from Joshua Richards. He'll be thinking about that now, but it's important that he puts it behind him. We've seen just before the innings break that this pitch has really played well, that new ball. Lutus Apamle used it really well. And then you've got you had Yusuf as well, Cody Yusuf bowling the ball with that ball. As we see Ethan Bosch coming through again. Ethan Bosch, another delivery. Oh, back of a length delivery again. He's been looking really good this morning. What is your thoughts there towards the end of the innings? How the innings finished there, Mr. Galani?
Yeah, when Ethan Bosch and so Brian came into bed, I thought maybe the Dolphins are looking for more runs. Yes, they were aggressive, but a good comeback by the DP World Lions to allow the Dolphins to finish on 357. We thought it would be more. Me and Ken on commentary.
Oh, another delivery there by Ethan Bosch. Beats the outside edge of the bat. Carries really well. He's had some really good carry here in this over by Ethan Bosch. Bowling it at the back of the length delivery.
Yeah, me and Ken on commentary were talking about 450 at some point. We're looking at 400 runs, but brilliant effort by the DP World Lions. I still say, Kampa, this is still a good wicket. There is still so much in it. Yes, we are on the final day of this match, but there's still so much cricket to be played. And for the bowlers who consistently hit their length, their line well, there is still so many wickets to be picked here.
Yes, definitely. As we see Pavlon coming in from the corner drive end, I think it's important this new ball. It's moving. It's doing a lot of talking. It's important that they utilize this new ball. I know the Pavlon experienced campaign has been around the block for many years. He'll want to get a good start here for his team, for the Lions. He'll want to bowl that good line and length. You want to make sure the Dolphins have a good start to bowl that good run, that good back of a length delivery that has worked this afternoon, and that fuller delivery as well that Lutus Apamla utilized towards the end. It's interesting to see that how this pitch is going to play with this new ball. Pavlon pushes a bit leg side-ish, but Dominic Hendricks just pushes towards the leg side, towards mid-on.
Yeah, Daryl Pavlon, a good servant of our game. Kamva, he's got 260 first-class wickets, and his best figures are 7 for 24. And I love the length that he bowl. Always bowling a good length. Doesn't pitch the ball up too often as you see this time around. He does pitch the ball up to the left-hander of Dominic Hendricks, the skipper of of the Lions. And talking about Dominic Hendricks, Kamva, I can tell you now, he's going to be very patient. It will be Joshua Richards who most often than not will be the one attacking. But Dominic Hendricks will always play his normal game, playing his patient game here in this wicket.
Yes, Dominic Hendricks, he's a typical 4-day cricket player. He's a grafter of a batsman. He knows how to score the long runs. Another beautiful full delivery there by De Pavilon. He's got 3 slips and a gully. He started really well, bowled 3 full deliveries that have asked questions of the batsman, of the batter of Dominic Hendricks. Yes, as you say of Dominic Hendricks, he's really one of those batsmen that will take his time. You'll really see how the ball works. He's got a very good defense on him, which is important for the longer format. I've been very impressed with him over the years, how he's played his cricket, and he will show that today. And you'll be a leader here in terms of not just him, but his captaincy as well. He'll definitely want to lead his side into a strong start here and bat really well. Pavlon again. Bowls a bit of a fuller one, doesn't carry much, goes to the keeper's ankles.
So much experience here from the Dolphins in terms of their opening bowling partnership. More than 300 wickets between the two, Ethan Bosch and Darren de Pavilon. So much experience. And also on the Lions opening partnership, Joshua Richards and Dominic Hendricks also. Plenty of experience. So this is a good contest. And you can see it's number 1 and number 2 on the log. So much experience being shown here between these two sides.
Another beautiful delivery there by De Pavilon. Back of a length delivery this time. Carries really well. Comes into the left-hander. But it's met by a good leave by Dominic Hendricks. Yes, definitely a contest to watch here. One patient batsman, one a little bit aggressive batsman of Joshua Richards. Though, yes, a lot of experience from De Pavilon as well as the youngster Ethan Bosch. He'll want to make sure he bowls really well. They've started really well with their partnership, bowled good lengths. We saw Ethan Bosch in his initial over, he bowled a few back length delivery that beat the bat. So we want to see them continue to do that and see this beautiful contest we've seen this morning. Another delivery, another foolish one there by Pavilon to bring the end of the over. Still 0-0 after 2 overs.
Yeah, another maiden over from the Dolphins to start things off. This is quality cricket that being shown here by these two sides. I'm just disappointed. The rain has so much to say in this game. I was looking forward to this match from day one. I was waiting patiently to watch this contest. How unlucky these two sides. I mean, we would have witnessed quality cricket here. So much experience in the lineup. We saw Tshepang Ditole scoring 150 plus.
Another short one there by Ethan Bosch. But guided well there by Richards to get his first runs off the day after 6 balls. His first runs of the day. Good start.
Yeah, the danger of this wicket, sometimes as a fast bowler, quick bowler like Ethan Bosch, he might just come in and think he can just bowl short because he can see the ball carrying to the wicket keeper nicely and they think he will just bounce him off. And it's not going to be the case. I think it's a wicket where you have to pitch the ball up, allow the batsman to drive the ball, open up the offside a little bit, have 3 sips and gullies waiting. That's the only way you can pick up wickets in this pitch. Yes, it can be unforgiving sometimes because you will go for boundaries, but just have to measure the risk-reward ratio here.
Fuller delivery there by Ethan Bosch. As you say that, he bowls a bit fuller. So it's going to be important that he bowls really well with this new ball. He doesn't stray off the short ball because it can be exciting, as you said, to want to bowl that short ball, the beautiful carry that you see But maybe if he wants to have that aggressive delivery, he can go to that back of a length delivery. We still also asked a lot of questions of the batsman. As we saw in his first over, he did bowl a back of a length delivery that beat the bat quite a few times. So maybe he can go full and back of a length. They're both challenging deliveries here at the moment. Another short one there by Ethan Bosch. Just goes to short square leg.
Yeah, I've also seen even international sides falling into that trap. It's a good pitch. There is so much carry. There is so much bounce. You get too excited a little bit. But I think you just have to stick to your guns. Be patient. Pitch the ball up. Let the pitch do some work for you.
Yes, especially the subcontinent sides. They'll come here from the low bouncing pitches there in the subcontinent and they'll get excited, especially their paces don't usually get a lot of bounce in the subcontinent. And when they come here, they bowl that short delivery. They want to be aggressive and it doesn't often get them wickets. Another back of a length delivery there by Ethan Bosch. Well defended there by Dominic Hendricks. He'll be patient this morning. He'll know, he'll have his plans to this bowling, but he'll take his time.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, just going back to the pitch, it's still a good pitch. Not a lot of overs has been bowled in this match. So the Dolphins has the opportunity, has still a new ball, 2.4 overs has been bowled. Opportunity to pick up wickets early.
Another delivery there, wideish delivery there by Ethan Bosch. Oh, we've been robbed of some beautiful cricket here at the DP World Wonders. You see these two quality sides, quality players, and then the rain gods were against us. They're really against us this weekend. But we're fortunate enough now to be able to watch this game and to see a possible result. Not so maybe you could be optimistic by saying possible result. Though we can see a contest, teams fighting for points, bonus points, fighting for the position at the top, to cement their position at the top rather.
Yeah, I mean, for some of the players who hasn't been in good touch, for example, Joshua Richards, it's an opportunity for him to get back on ball, get back into form. There is still so much to be played for this season. So it's really a match where there is so much to play for. It's not all doom and gloom so far because there won't be any results. Chances of a result are very slim in this match. But there is still so much to be played for as that's the end of the over number 3 of this innings. And the DP World Lions are 1 without loss. Joshua Richard is on 1. And the captain, Dominic Hendricks, still on 0.
As you see, DePavlon coming in again. His first shot at Joshua Richards. As you said, the out of touch Joshua Richards. DePavlon have his chance to ask a few questions of the right-hander. He hasn't bowled the right-hander this morning. So you will want to get that right. We saw Supamla from this end. He bowled quite fuller, but we want to see maybe that fuller length but on that fourth stump line to ask that of the question of the outside edge. Nice start there by DePavlon, met with a good defensive shot there by Joshua Richards.
Yeah, good shape on that delivery. I think he can bowl those kind of line, those kind of length. He can also allow the ball to move a little bit away from the right-hander, Joshua Richard, from this end.
Yes, DePavlon, experienced campaigner. He's been in and out of the Protea side over the years. He's played a few games for South Africa, so he'll know what to do. He's played a hefty amount of cricket. Oh, more movement there by DePavlon. You'd like to see that ball fuller, especially the ball nipping away from the right-hand batsman. Again, met with a good defense that just goes over to the gully region.
Yeah, he's got the ability to move the ball, is Darren DePavlon. He just have to bowl on a good length and allow the ball to move off this surface.
Oh, nice delivery again there by DePavlon. Tight on that off stump, hitting on top of off pretty much. and it should definitely keep Joshua Richards thinking. He'll have to be sure about his defense early on, very sure. He's got those three slips in the gully waiting there patiently for that outside edge, and that keeper there with his gloves, those big gloves, waiting for that outside edge. So to be a good, we've seen a good contest to start off with this morning. In terms of the bowling of De Pavillon, he's bowled tight to these two batsmen. So we want to see that continue.
I loved how Sepang Ditole was so excited in that cover position when he see the shape of that delivery.
Again, another delivery there by De Pavillon. Just sways a bit leg side-ish. Allows Joshua Richards to clip it leg side. Well, rather leg by. Thought that touched the bat a little bit there.
Yeah, that's the issue for me, Kamva. You've bowled beautiful deliveries outside the off stump, and then to put more misery onto the batsman, you then bowl something down the leg side to make it easy for him to just get down the other end and get Dominic Hendricks to face. Now it's right and left hand combination, which will always be trouble for the bowlers early on in terms of the line and the length.
Wadish delivery by De Pavillon. Yes, with a left hand, right hand combination in terms of batting, as a bowler, you always want to bowl to consistently to the one batsman, especially if it's a left hand, right hand combination, to get that consistency. Because as soon as you start you're changing ends, it kind of messes up with your rhythm. So as soon as you bowl that ball leg side is that easy one, it makes you pretty much make life more difficult for yourself. So it was disappointing to see as he started really well with this over, and then swaying leg side, having to come back to the left hand side of to Dominic Hendricks. Let's see what he can do with this delivery here. Nice foolish one there, met by good forward defense by Dominic Hendricks.
Yeah, that's the kind of line he has to bowl. Anything fourth stump line, fifth stump line, Dominic Hendricks will leave those all day. So he has to try and make him play as many deliveries as possible early on. The ball is still new. Only 4 overs has been bowled, so they have to bowl straighter. And that on the off stump line, that's the only way you can get Dominic Hendricks out in this wicket. The length has been excellent from these two. The pace has been good. And you can see from the excitement from the Dolphins fielders, they are enjoying the kind of bowling from Pavillon and Bosch here early on. No wayward deliveries so far, no loose deliveries. We have seen how they struggled to get off the mark also.
Nice delivery there by Ethan Bosch. Nice comeback delivery from the last over. He's bowled well. He's been economical to start off with this morning. What's the plans like? What do you think of the plans going into this session, this initial session, and in the rest of the day for these two teams? Do you think they definitely have obviously a plan to both pick up certain points, bonus points? What are the plans you thinking they might be going in on thoughts and they're going into this last day? Nice delivery there again. Nice back of length delivery there by Ethan Bosch. His ball has been consistent in that back of the length line.
I don't think both these sides have results in mind. For me, it's all about cutting this game into short pieces. Take 30 minutes at a time, then a session. See how the game progresses. We spoke about the bonus point. They will be thinking about that, but not thinking too far ahead. So it's all about taking session by session, drinks break by drinks break, and 30 minutes by 30 minutes, and see how the game progresses. If they pick up few wickets, so be it. I spoke about some of the players who want to get into form, and it's an opportunity for those kind of players in this game right now to try and get back into form.
Ethan Bosch again with that back of a length delivery. Met by a good defense once again by Joshua Richards. These two batsmen have looked sure in the crease. They've been patient this morning. They've left really well. They've defended really well this morning, as well as met by good bowling as well. You haven't seen much loose bowling, any wide runs, free runs to score off in the first 4.4 overs that they've bowled. So the captain will be really, and the coach will be really happy with the start of the bowling and batting from both sides. They both sides will look to wait for the other team to make a mistake. So it's still a very good start. Interesting contest so far. Oh, another delivery that strays a bit leg side by Ethan Bosch. You want to fix that? Good take there by Falion.
Yeah, I just want us to look at Joshua Richards' numbers. We spoke about some of the players get into form. And then against the Titans here in this ground, he only scored 16 and 1. Then against the Northwest Dragons down in Potchefstroom, he scored half century, 75, his first half century of the season. Then here in this ground against Western Province, he scored 0 and 12. And then against the Warriors, I was here, he scored 4 and 44. And then in the last match against the Bowland, he only scored 32. So he's one of those players who has only scored just one half century so far this season. And when you talk about the form looking ahead in this season, there is still final to be played. So he will want to get back into form. He's such an integral part of this Lions team, more especially at the top.
Nice foolish delivery there by De Pavillon. Met by a good cover drive by Dominic Hendricks.
I love the shape of that delivery. Once again, straight to Tshepang Ditole. Looks like he's got so much energy this morning. You can't blame him. He just scored more than 150 runs first innings for the Dolphins. So he will be feeling good about himself, is Tshepang Ditole.
What better position to be in after scoring all those runs? In the cover position is a busy area of the field. Oh, beautiful cover drive there by Dominic Hendricks to get himself off the mark this morning. 4 runs.
We spoke about patience of Dominic Hendricks, but if it's in that zone, that's his zone. It's a zone of most stylish left-handers. And it got the treatment it deserved, beating the man at cover, Tshepang Ditole, to the boundary for 4 runs added on the score. And Dominic Hendricks is off the mark with a boundary, and the score now 6 without loss.
Going back to Joshua Richards there with his numbers and him struggling this season, I think, as you mentioned, that he hasn't had the best numbers, but it'll be important here to take his time and to rectify that. Nice back of the length delivery there by De Pavillon, made by a good defense there by Dominic Hendricks after that boundary. Yes, it'll be important for him to. He'll want to, as I said, rectify that all those numbers. He's only had 150 and 44 to speak of. And those, as an opener, you want to be getting into over those 50, all those 50 runs over, or get those as well as maybe those hundreds as an opener. So it will be disappointing for him that he's missed out this season. As we see the players move over at the end of the session, there will be lunch. Drinks. Leave his lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we might have an early lunch. Unless there might be, but as we see the players move over to the, and it's happened in the middle of the over, where it's we're trying to figure out at the moment. Lightning predicted. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've just initially started off the second innings, we were just about only 5.3 overs in, with only 6 runs gone, with Joshua Richards on 1 for 117, one of 17 balls, and you've got Dominic Hendricks just scored a boundary early on this over, a ball ago, where he's on of 16 balls. And then you got DePavlon and Ethan Bosch that really started really well this morning with a new ball. Though we just go over to a break now, for a short break, for a lightning break, I believe.
Welcome back to the Wanderers, where we've seen the first ball after the lunch break tickled away round square by Dom Hendricks to get the scoreboard moving after lunch. 7 without loss, the Lions resuming. We had a break for lightning that has lasted just about an hour. In that time, lunch was taken as well. And it's a very good afternoon to Takalani Netshiava.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ken Boland. Good afternoon to all the viewers, wherever you are. And we are on our final day here in Johannesburg, DP World Wanderer Stadium. As we're seeing now, Darren Dupavillon just about to finish the over that was cut short due to lightning here at the DP World Wanderer Stadium. But we are back live now. And this is looking now to be a good contest. We had a chat, Ken Boland, before or during the lunch interval, how we were starting to feel the game. It was a good contest between these two sides, top of the log contest between the Lions and the Dolphins.
Indeed, and Darren de Pavillon getting a little bit of shape there with the new ball.
3 slips and a gully waiting. This time just tickled around the corner by Joshua Richards. Me and Kamva Nyekana has a lot to discuss in terms of Joshua Richards' season so far. Just 150 that he has scored against the Northwest Dragon this season. He will be looking to get back into form. And that was the end of the over number 6. The score is 8 without loss. Joshua Richards is on 2 and the captain is on 5.
Yeah, Josh Richards has had his struggles this season and last season as well. He took a while to get going, and then he made a very important 100 at Supersport Park for the Lions, but an experienced opener. Ethan Bosch continuing from the golf course end.
Again, straighter by Ethan Bosch. Talking about experience, this is the man with 100 wickets to his name. 100 first-class wickets is Ethan Bosch. Plenty of experience. We also spoke about this. Darren Dupavillon also more than 200 scalps to his name, first-class scalps to his name. So plenty of experience on this Dolphins opening bowling pair. Oh, beautifully done by Joshua Richard. It was hit hard, hit with a lot of conviction this time around. It's not going to go to the boundary though, but it was really well played by Joshua Richard this time around. A lot of space in that region.
Ethan Bosch hasn't always been a regular in the Dolphins 4-day side. He's only played 25 4-day matches for them. 65 wickets in that time and an average of 27. We most people know how good he's been in the white ball formats, but he's a quality bowler all round. I'm sure he'll say that he's not a white ball specialist, that he's just as good with the red ball. See a backward or a leg slip in place now for Dominic Hendricks and Bosch bowling around the wicket to him.
2 slips and a gully. Good shot by Dom Hendricks. Should go all the way for 4. It was dug in short by Ethan Both and it got the treatment it deserved from the skipper. Another boundary to start things off after the lunch interval.
Oh, well, that hook shot was a thing of beauty by Dominic Hendricks. Beautifully played. Really controlled, got onto it quickly. It's been a good day for Dom Hendricks. He took only his second and third wickets in 4-day cricket with the ball. First time he's ever taken 2 wickets in an innings, so he'll be feeling good about that, the Lions skipper.
Outside that line of stump this time around from Ethan Bosch. Well left by Dom Hendricks.
Bosch will presumably be thinking about two modes of dismissal here. The short ball that bounces up and cramps Hendricks a bit and maybe presents a catch to that leg slip, square legs quite close in as well. Or the one from around the wicket that then straightens.
Driven by Dominic Hendricks, and it's a thing of beauty, and he's going to go all the way for 4. They've opened up that cover region to invite the captain onto the drive, and he accepted that one with the beauty of a shot for 4 runs.
Yeah, that delivery was the second sort of dismissal that I think Bosch is going to try to do, which is to angle it into Hendricks and then try and straighten it away from him to find the outside edge for the 2 slips in a gully. But that was just a little bit full, and Dom Hendricks nicely forward and driven beautifully through the covers before it could do anything really off the deck.
Yeah, they've opened up the cover region on the offside, try to invite the captain to that kind of a shot. But it's a good time of a cricket ball.
See Bosch switching back to over the wicket for the last ball of that over. The Lions got 11 runs off that over. That's given them a bit of a kickstart after lunch. 19 without loss.
Yeah, good over that from the Lions' point of view. Beautiful shots were played in that over by this opening pair. I like this guy. Darren Dupavlon, tall bowler, a lot of pace about him. Easy action also. Doesn't try to complicate things. Think if he can get his control up a little bit, think he can be a handful for the batters.
Yeah, Darren Dupavlon is one of the quickest bowlers in the country, if not the quickest. When he's got everything clicking and firing, he is most definitely a handful. He's ripped through batting lineups in the past. He's also very popular in the T20 franchises because of that ability to take wickets, ability to break partnerships. That's so crucial in T20 cricket. Had a few problems with injury as well, which has held him back.
3 slips and a gully now for Josh Richards. Again, well played down the leg side, and again, same results, 4 runs. Once again, beautifully done by Josh Richards this time around.
Well, that's certainly the shot of a man who feels in form. No doubt about that. He was onto that so quickly. Not that short from Darren Dupavlon, but a commanding full shot by Josh Richards. And that'll get his confidence going. It'll help boost that as he looks for a good score today.
I think the key to that shot, Ken Boland, was he picked up the length so quickly, so early. This time a bit fuller by Dupavlon. Not much movement of that delivery we saw earlier on before the lightning and the lunch interval, that he was swinging the ball a little bit. There was some movement to the right-handers. At last delivery, not much movement really. Maybe he was just looking for some pace, isn't it?
The siren you hear is for the Wanderers Golf Club, letting their patrons know that they can go back onto the course. The threat of lightning is past.
Over the top of second slip. Another 4 runs. And this time it's from the bat.
Well, he went hard, did Joshua Richards. Right thing to do if you are going to slash outside off stump. Go hard, go very hard. And with Dupavlon's pace.
The ball is still new also.
And it's here, and the new hard ball, it's going to fly.
This has been fantastic start by the two Lions opening batters. And I'm really happy for Josh Richardson. He really needs to find some form. Outside that off stump, once again, a bit of movement this time around, a bit of pace as well from Dupavlon, bowling with a bit of gas.
Yeah, Josh Richards has been a quality performer for the Lions. This is his 35th match in 4-day cricket for them. 1,882 runs now. Average pushing 36, 500, 750. He's been a consistent performer. Just the last couple of seasons have been a bit of a struggle for him.
Yeah, I think an average of 36 for an opening batsman in South Africa, it's really not a bad average, isn't it? More especially if you're going to play your home games at this pitch where there is so much movement on the first day and you're the opening batsman, new ball. You know, there is just a lot to negate if you are an opening batsman, but I think he has done well for himself. And then Ethan Bosch will continue from the golf course end. Just 2 slips for Dominic Hendricks. They keep maintaining the 3 slips for Joshua Richards. Good delivery by Ethan Bosch to start the over. And it hit Dominic Hendricks.
Yeah, a bit of a nasty blow. Hendricks doesn't often show pain, and I think he's been struck on the wrist, which will be a big concern with a big game coming up next week. The Lions trying to seal a home final, and then, of course, the final, they'll want one of their key batsmen to be available for that. Never mind their skipper. It's just Dom has walked away to almost a short fine leg area just to compose himself. That was a real nasty delivery from Ethan Bosch. I think he also got hit in the ribs. To see him getting a bit of attention to his side there as well. Kaya Zondo sharing tales when he got hit in the ribs with Josh Richards. So there's meant to be 77 overs to be bowled today. We're not going to get all of those in, but I guess the first target for the Lions is to get to 150 and their first batting bonus point to add to the 4 that they got for bowling, the full house of bowling bonus points for bowling the Dolphins out within 100 overs. With the 4-day series log so tight, so compacted, it really could come down to a point or two at the end to decide things like home final, who's in the final, that sort of thing. I think I mentioned to you off air, Takalani, a few seasons ago, there was a season where the Titans, it was when there was no final, just top of the log, took the trophy, finished 13 runs short. If they had just scored 13 more runs through the season,
Yeah.
that extra fraction of a point would have been enough for them to win the title.
Oh. Yeah, good to see Dominic Hendricks back. It's a tough man. Good to see him ready. And we're ready to go. Second ball of the over. Start things off with the short ball. It's Ethan Bosch. Not well timed by Dominic Hendricks. Maybe still feeling a bit of pain a little bit.
Well, we can see the intent, though. He doesn't want to allow Ethan Bosch to get on top of him. It was a feisty pull shot immediately. The ball after being struck painfully. Another short run from Bosch, and Dom Hendricks is not going to allow the fast bowler to dictate affairs here.
On the leg side by Ethan Bosch.
Acrobatic save by Hanu Fulun. The wicketkeeper went a long way.
Yeah, just going back to that points issue, Ken Boland, as we see the DP World Lions are sitting at 97.14 points at this stage. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins, it's 80.36. Momentum multiply Titans, 77.74. It's pretty congested here. The Knights, 75.76. Gold Rush Boland, 75 points. WSB Western Province, 73.54. Like you said, if the Western Province can win their match, they might jump to the third position.
Or even second. You know, they've got so many bonus points from their match, racking up 592 for 8 in their first innings, and then bowling Boland out. And I just see now that at Newlands, Boland going along quite well, 98 for 2 at the moment. Grant Rulofsson is unbeaten on 51, so Western Province need 8 more wickets this afternoon to win that game.
Yeah, things not looking good for the Northwest Dragons. 58.02 at this stage. Again, another short ball. And once again, it well hit by Dominic Hendricks. And it goes all the way for maximum runs. And he moved now to 19 from 27 deliveries.
Wonderful timing on that hook shot by Dom Hendricks. That flew beautifully over the boundary down at fine leg. So certainly Ethan Bosch might reconsider this short bowling barrage that Dom Hendricks is getting on top of at the moment. You mentioned Northwest, things not looking good for them, but in their match against the Titans at Supersport Park at the moment, they're going along very nicely. 174 for 1 in their second innings. Lesiba Ngwepe and Reinhard van Tonda both have unbeaten half centuries to their name. So they've wiped out the deficit, Northwest, and now lead by 56 runs with 9 wickets in hand. So they keep going, and I think that game will be heading for a draw pretty soon.
That will be another draw for the Northwest Dragons. They've got 4 already this season. So that will be the 5th draw from the 6 matches that they've played.
We're going to see a Kukuleqele bowling Takalani, which I'm excited about. He's another proper fast bowler. He will enjoy being up here at the Wanderers.
And sitting at the bottom of the log is the Dolphins Warriors. They've lost 3. They've drawn 3. They haven't won any match so far this season. They are sitting on 49.06 points. Good start there by Okuhlekele, bowling to Josh Richards, the right-hander. It's now 2 slips for Joshua Richard. When they started early on, they keep maintaining 3 slips and a gully. Slashed and straight to that point fielder.
Ethan Bosch fired up from his bowling and being hooked to the boundary a couple of times by Dom Hendricks, immediately hurled the ball at Dom Hendricks' end, trying to catch him short with the run out.
Not much noise from the Dolphins fielders. Once again, another short delivery. And then it's gone all the way for 6.
This is not the quickest Wanderers pitch you'll ever see, and I just fancy maybe the Dolphins are overdoing the short pitch bowling at the moment. Neither batsman is looking particularly troubled. And that's 2 6s now in the last couple of overs. We've had a couple of boundaries as well.
Yeah, it looks like the ball just sit up and invite the batsman to hit. This time a bit fuller from Okuhlekele and well dealt with by Josh Richards.
That's the length that you generally want to be at the Wanderers. Batter comes forward, but it's not that comfortable coming forward to that length. There's always a bit of bounce. You could see Kele hit the splice of Richards' bat there.
Yeah, Mr. Nyikana, who's our co-commentator, was so strong on international bowlers who come here and become a bit too excited for his liking. Seeing the ball bouncing, all of a sudden you just banging short the whole day and forget you still have a job to do of picking up wickets. And I think the Dolphins are falling into the same trap as well. Should be bowling in and around that line and length. That's the end of the over. 6 runs from that over. And the score now 39 without loss. After 10, Josh Richard is on 19 and Dominic Hendricks is on 19 also.
Very equitable of the Lions batters so far, sharing the run scoring. But Josh Richards has faced just 6 deliveries more than Dom Hendricks at the moment. Darren de Pavillon has had a change of ends. He's going to bowl now from the golf course end.
Sun is out now here at Wanderers Stadium.
There's precious little wind to talk about, maybe just the faintest zephyr as I look at the gum trees just outside the stadium. But I don't know if you agree with this, but visually it just kind of looks like Du Pavillon is running more down the hill from the golf course end. Might, of course, be complete imagination on my part.
No, I think you're 100% right. I think we had the same conversation with one of the commentators the previous match I did here, that it's like you're running uphill a little bit. But the sun is out. Looks like a very good Sunday afternoon here at DP World Wanderer Stadium. It's really very quiet there. It's really a match where it's all about you go first. I will wait for you to make mistakes, and then maybe I can capitalize from there. Nobody's really looking forward to throw in some punches.
There's an interesting field setting that Darren de Pavillon is employing around the wicket to Dom Hendricks. There's a short mid-wicket who is really just in front of square leg umpire Bongani Jele. And then there's a backward square leg just behind Bongani Jele, if you like. So about 10, 15, maybe 20 meters between the two fielders, either side of square on the leg side, and both pretty much in catching positions.
Yeah, I guess it's a sign that they will be targeting Dominic Hendricks' rib cages, hoping that one of the deliveries will pop up in the air and go straight to those fielders.
I agree. If they were thinking about getting him on the drive, then I'm sure that short mid wicket would be a lot straighter than he is. It would, from where he's standing, it would seem to be for the short ball that gets up and Hendricks can't handle it.
Dot ball so far from Darren to Pavilion. Targeting that open cover region. They will come back for the second, and the captain will move to 21.
Looking very nice and compact, Dom Hendricks. Just handled that shortish delivery on or about off stump, angling into him. There was good bounce, but he just handled it so well, just with absolute aplomb. Gets 2 runs off it. If you're going to be an opening batsman at this level, you've got to be able to handle pace. Not going to get very far without that ability. Dom Hendricks certainly has it in spades.
Driven. And driven hard, and it goes all the way for 4.
That was spanked, Takalani. Darren de Pavillon just over pitching, and Dominic Hendricks lashes him through the covers. That's a very emphatic way to end the over. 45 without loss, 11 gone.
Yeah, beautiful shot indeed by Dominic Hendricks, showing all of us here that he can be aggressive if he wants to be, if the opportunity presents itself, and he's timing the ball well so far today. And then Okuhle Kele will continue his second over of the day. Who slips in the gully for Josh Richards. Straighter this time around from Okuhle Kele, and well dealt with by Joshua Richards, who looks like he's really enjoying himself out there once again opening the batting for the Lions, timing the ball well. And his defense is also, he's been very solid.
Josh Richards didn't feature much in the one-day cup, so I guess he had time just to go away and freshen himself up and work a bit on his batting.
Bit of movement from Okohle on that delivery. Not much, but something to work with if he continues to bowl that length, if he bowl that line. .45 without loss.
Bounced just before we could keep Hanu Fili on that. And for a bowler of Cele's pace, that really does show that this is not the quickest Wanderers pitch. Perhaps it did something unusual off the surface. We saw both Dom Hendricks and Josh Richards hatching away at the same sort of spot with their bats.
Good delivery by Okohle there.
You see Josh Richards practicing the drive shot, but twice now he's driven outside off stump, missed the ball, and at the end of the shot, it's almost as if the bottom hand comes through a bit, and the bat's not going all the way through the line of the ball where he wants to hit the ball. It kind of starts to cut across the delivery, which could get him into trouble. That's
straight to mid-off this time around.
That's better. That was full face of the bat.
Yeah, and also he was onto the pitch of the delivery. That's what you want to see when a batsman is driving the ball, not driving away from his body, because that's where he can get into trouble. Straighter bat presented onto the pitch of the delivery. Once again, good delivery. Okohle to end the over. And that's it. Over number 12 completed. 45 without loss. Joshua Richards is on 19. And Dominic Hendricks is on 25. And we'll have commentary change. Ken Boland will be joined by Kamva Nyekana.
Thank you, Takalani. Are we going to see a bowling change? Yeah, we are. It's going to be spin. For the first time in the innings. Spin, of course, a great strength of the Dolphin side. And it's going to be the offie, Penelin Sobrian, who's going to bowl from the golf course end. Good afternoon, Kamva.
Afternoon, Ken. How was your lunch?
I was going to ask you that. I haven't finished my lunch yet.
I was about to touch on that. I had an amazing lunch, and you guys, I see two gentlemen, yourself and Takalani, didn't manage to finish your lunch. They all cut short, unfortunately, but hopefully jumping onto them soon.
I'm happy for the well-fed Kamva Nyekana. He's had his lunch, managed to finish it in time.
Yeah, I can see you fading away a little bit, yeah. Anyway, change in bowling. So Brian coming on with one slip and a short leg. Let's see if he picks up a bit of turn here on this pitch in this afternoon session. He's got a cover mid-on and mid-off for up.
And coming around the wicket so he can work on the angle to the left-hander. Seems like a good idea, turning the ball away from Dom Hendricks, and with the angle from around the wicket, it will initially be angling into him. Here's Sabran. Way down leg. Not a great start by the bowler, and I think Hendricks has got something on that. Away for just a single.
He's a bit stiff, maybe. Listening those arms, trying to get that arm going over his shoulder. You probably find he's a bit more comfortable now, maybe turning it into the right-hander. Although it would have been a better contest for him, bowling to the left-hander, turning it away from him. But now maybe he can push it on, slide it on to the right-handed batsman of Joshua Richards, who's looked good. Played a few shots, maybe loose shots initially and here and there, but he's looked decent to start off with.
Short leg in place, as well as the slip. Put down, I think. Put down by the short leg. He juggled it. I think he thought he had it for a moment. It went quite quickly to him. It was off quite a bit of the bat. And is that Tsipang Detole? No, it's Kaya Zondo, the veteran. Normally very good close in there.
Oh, he had that one for a moment. I thought he had it. Wish you could see that one again. It looked like he had taken it for a moment. It looked like a brilliant catch, actually. I think in the last moment, as he's about to go down, I think he might have just maybe lost concentration or something, but it was initially a really good catch.
That time Richards keeps it down on the bounce to Zondo. I think it just went quite quickly to him and probably burst through the hands a bit, hit him on the tummy, and then it's just a matter of it bouncing and you managing to clutch it to your body. It's also a short fine leg in place just for that shot.
You know, when one of those happen, you always just wish I could just get another opportunity to rectify it. I'm sure he's not feeling good, especially the senior head, Kaya Zondo. He'll always back his hands.
Mid on in play now. Quite close in the end of Sir Brian's first over, and already creating a half chance, which unfortunately wasn't taken. 46 without loss.
As we look at the start of his initial session, the first 30 minutes of the session, looks like the runs were initially free-flowing. A few boundaries to start off the session. A few boundaries off the short ball. The short ball worked off Dominic Hendricks' rib. Caught a nice one there on his rib. But a few boundaries and bit of momentum. I think it's quietened down again in the last 2 to 3 overs. But it's been a decent start since the lunch break.
Yeah, 40 runs in 7.5 overs. And no doubt that hastened the introduction of Sir Brian, the spinner, just to peg things back a bit. He does always tighten up the run rate. There continues, and Hendricks has got him away through cover point. Just a single. Good sliding bit of fielding there by Bryce Parsons.
Kohle has also started really, really well. Started okay. He's bowled some good lines. Tidy. Hasn't really bowled any loose deliveries to speak of. He's got 2 slips and a gully. The cover and mid on and mid off are also up.
Push to mid off.
He's looked to bowl a little bit fuller though, as I've observed. Which is, I believe, is a good thing here on this pitch. As much as there has been a bit of bounce, but though the bounce hasn't really pushed through with pace, and with Gele's height and maybe his pace, he might not cause too much trouble with the short ball. Might be a freebie. So I think the length that he is bowling is definitely a good length. He'll ask a lot of questions. Hopefully the ball moves a little bit for him.
I guess you would rather be too full than too short on this particular surface. The purple spot is that just a little bit fuller than back of a length, just a foot or two fuller than back of a length, and from there you get good bounce, and the batsman's drawn into coming forward, so you've got more chance of finding the edge.
And with that said, also, Joshua Richards has pushed quite a few and thrown his hands a little bit more at the fuller ones.
That's very full for Klele, and Richards can't get it through the ring though.
Maybe a tad too full to what we're talking about. As you mentioned, that maybe that back of a length delivery, or just full of a back of a length delivery, not too full where it's maybe too easy to drive. Though Klele definitely will. That's his natural length, so he'll definitely find that length again. And I think the best way to get the wicket of Joshua Hendrick would be that fuller length. He sometimes hasn't moved his feet as much as would have liked in terms of driving that ball. He's played more so with his hands initially, especially after lunch. Maybe he's still trying to find his eye again.
Straying down leg and put away to the fine leg boundary by Josh Richards. Bit of a gift. He was probably a bit upset he didn't put the previous delivery away through the covers, but he's got his boundary there. And brings up the 50 for the Lions. Just over an hour, 83 balls, 7 fours and 2 sixes.
It's a partnership that has come at a good rate and has come off a good boundary as well with the clip on the leg sides that has gone for 4.
Good comeback by the bowler to end the over. 14 gone, 51 without loss.
As we look at these contributions from these two gentlemen in this 50 partnership, we've had Dom Hendrick start pretty well early on in his innings, where he's on now 27 of 35 balls at a good rate. And then you got Joshua Richards as well with 23 runs of 49 balls. And they've really batted really well to start off with. They look solid. Maybe a few loose strokes by Joshua Richards initially. But outside of that, we've seen some good batting and a pretty good contest between bat and ball. As we see Sir Brian come back in. He was dropped off the last over. Now he'll probably want to create another chance for his team to break this big partnership that has started really well.
Short leg and slip still in place for Sir Brian bowling to the left-handed Dom Hendricks. And when the Lions came out to bat in reply to the Dolphins 357 this morning, that their first task would have been to just make sure they didn't lose a whole lot of early wickets, just to give the Dolphins hope of a very unlikely win. Rocks back does Hendricks and places it gently into the hole in the covers for a single. So an opening partnership now of 52 has done exactly that. And it sets up the Lions well for a dart at some batting bonus points before the end of play today. Richards has had a few drives recently that unfortunately is hit straight to the fielder.
I like this aggressive feel that they've set for Sir Brian. It's far too often, maybe things that when they're not happening, you'd go maybe a little bit more negative. And I like that the slip and a short leg puts a bit of pressure on the batsman.
Pulled away as Sir Brian just dropped a little bit short, but it's just going to be a single. Well, I mean, the Dolphins can't lose this match, so the only thing to gain for them is bowling bonus points, and that's 4 wickets. So they need to be a little bit aggressive. You don't want to be over aggressive and gift the Lions a whole lot of batting points, but you want to get those bowling bonus points as well. And just to remind that the bowling bonus points, you get 1 after 3 wickets, 2 after 5, 3 after 7, and the 4th and final bowling point if you get 9 wickets. Struck on the pad and given out. Dom Hendricks was forward on the front leg, but I think it just skidded on with the arm from Prenelin Sabrine. And in top umpire Alahuddin Palika's opinion, it did not save him being on the front foot. He wasn't far enough forward, probably.
That's a big wicket there by Sir Brian. Bowls a bit on this, goes straight on to hit the pads of Dominic Hendricks. That's looked really good this morning. Oh, that'll be a big wicket for them. They'll push on. They want to push on and pick up more wickets here. Hope you can just see that again. I really said that Sir Brian bowling to the left-handed batsman, turning it away, would put 2 questions on him. The one turning away.
Mohamed Manak is coming to the crease. Just his 3rd 4-day match for the Lions. Batted really nicely in one of the last games of the previous season, scoring 45 not out against the Tuskers when they were in Division 1.
That wicket also brought the end of the over. We'll get Elliot coming back in from the caller drive end. So Brian really started well. Got dropped off his first over, second over, and picked up a wicket, big wicket of Dominic Hendricks. So he's looked really tidy. Besides of the one delivery that's slid down leg, though he's looked tidy and he's looked threatening. The best part of it.
He's always a threat, Sir Brian. Always amongst the leading wicket takers in the 4-day competition as Gale continues to Richards. Oh, that one maybe skidded through a bit lower. Well covered though by Richards.
Yeah, Richards was definitely behind that one. Kept low. It was a bit of a surpriser. But you'd expect those type of deliveries to come low with the height of Gale. Sir Brian is one of those guys that you are sometimes a bit unfortunate that you see them often in that Protea setup, but unlucky not to have him there on a regular basis. He's been around for a while. He's picked up many wickets for the Dolphins.
This is good bowling by Cele. Sharpish pace and settling on a good length and a line that definitely keeping Josh Richards honest. Not much room, not giving him much width at all.
That wicket has brought a lot of noise to the field now. As you can hear, there's a bit of noise in the field at the moment.
Down leg from Cele. Another good diving save by Hanu Viljoen.
Viljoen is really kept well today. He's taken those ones on the leg side really well. There's also ones that have kept low since they've come to that have been carried to him, and he's taken good care of them. Been impressed by his keeping today.
made a duck yesterday with the bat, Villion, so he'll be eager to contribute with the gloves. So far, so good. Yeah, this is good stuff from KLA.
That's the length that you want to bowl. That's the length that's where you want to stay. Getting the batsman forward, asking the question, making him to play a shot. And that's the delivery, that's the length you've been speaking about, Ken.
Slightly shorter than that for if you really want to hit the absolute purple spot. Yeah. Look. It's a good length. That it is. Nothing wrong with that at all.
It's close enough, Ken. Round about the mark.
Won't be good enough for Alan Donald, the bowling coach of the Lions. That is.
How does that one look? Looked a bit closer than what you wanted.
Quinton Friend, of course, the head coach of the Dolphins, and will be looking after the bowling. He was a fiery fast bowler himself. Struck on the pad. Richards did get forward though, and I think maybe just shaping towards the leg side a bit.
I rather heard two sounds there, actually. Bat and pad. I think that could have been the reason why the umpire didn't give that one. It looked like I heard two funny sounds, so it should have been probably a bit of bat. Looked quite close, to be honest, though.
53 for 1. As Mohammed Manak will get ready to face his first delivery. It'll be from the off spinner, Predilin Sobrine, who's the leading wicket taker in the competition so far this season. 31 wickets at an average of just 20. 31 wickets in 5 matches. That's really good going.
And he certainly showed why today. He's the leading wicket taker because look, he's bowled for his 2 overs. He's bowled tidy. He's asked questions. You'll want to continue to do that. Get through this opening few batsmen.
Manak turning that a little bit uppishly to the short fine leg. I think Kaya Zondo at short leg was a little bit interested for a moment.
That ball turning in, getting a bit of bounce as well.
Manak playing Sabine off the back foot there. It wasn't short.
Yeah, maybe a little bit unsure after that ball that bounced a little bit more than he expected.
Sabrine's overall record in his 4-day career is really good. 163 wickets in 42 matches. So that's nearly 4 wickets a game. Oh, full toss, and Manak is off the mark with a boundary as he smashes that behind square leg for 4. Kaya Zondo looks as if he might have been just clipped by the ball when it raced past him, walking a bit awkwardly.
Took a piece of that, definitely. Took a piece of that, but that comes with being a short leg fielder. You have to have a thick skin for it. They put on the toughest there or the youngest there, but Kaya Zondo's got experience to be there, actually.
It's good to see a specialist short leg in place and not just the lighty of the team. But he'll be praying Sir Brian doesn't bowl any more full tosses.
The way Sir Brian is bowling, he might get another chance to catch at the moment. Just that one dropped a little bit short. There's one earlier on the over. It might have been the second delivery of the over. You'll definitely should be ready for a chance coming.
Little shuffle down the wicket from Manak.
Mohammed Manak trying to get himself in. Find that often.
So that's the end of the 17th over. 57 for 1. The players are going off for a drinks break. And so just to run through the action we've seen today so far, the Dolphins resumed their first innings on 294 for 5. They batted for an hour and a quarter this morning, took their total to 357. Ramosh and Pillay made 60. Ethan Bosch quick fire 30 off just 18 deliveries. And that built on the 157 that Tsapang Datoli made. A really superb effort by the opening batter. And Cody Youssef bowled very well today with the second new ball, 4 for 54 for him. Backed up by Luto Sapamla, 3 for 61. And there were a couple of wickets for Dom Hendricks as well. Camber, the Lions made a solid start with that 52-run opening partnership, but the loss of the wicket now.
Yes, definitely. It was a solid partnership by Dominic Hendricks and Joshua Richards. They really didn't look much untroubled. They looked untroubled for most parts of it. Maybe a few strokes going past the bat, a few balls going past the bat, sorry. And it took excellent bowling from Sir Brian to pick up the wicket of Dom Hendricks. And that was it was a brilliant start that was broken by Sir Brian. And now on the wicket, it's Richards and Manak that are looking to progress this innings a bit further. But with that said, it's been a good day to watch.
And to take things further after the drinks break, we'll be back on air in a couple of minutes. It will be Takalani Nechiava and Kamva Nyakana.
We welcome you back after the drinks break. We've got Ele to continue for us. We've got our gentleman here on my left, Takalani. Welcome back. Did you
Thank
manage
you.
to finish your lunch?
Yeah, thank you, Kamva, and thank you to all the viewers who have been with us since morning and those who have joined us throughout the day. It's indeed a beautiful day here in Johannesburg, enjoying this contest between the Dolphins and the Lions, as we see Okohlekele once again bowling to the right-hander Joshua Richards, who's on 24, and the score is 57 for 1. Mo Manak is the new batsman in who just joined us before the drinks break. And 17.1 overs has been bowled so far. Two slips and a gully. And then you've got point, cover, and mid-off for the right-hander. Oh, beautiful shape of that delivery by Okohlekele. Beautifully bowled indeed by this young man here.
What a delivery there. Just short of that back length. The delivery Ken Borland's been asking about the last couple of overs. I think that was a really good delivery. You'll want to hang around there. He's been bowling quite a few of those there, but not consistently enough to ask enough questions. And as you said, a really beautiful day it is today. We had a bit of a disturbance, a bit of lightning. We were worried for a moment.
This time around, well played by Joshua Richards, but they will come back for the second good running between these two. Just look at how Okuhle is walking back, feeling good about himself, walking like a boss in this pitch.
You can see he's got a spring in his step. He's walking. You want to see a man walking on his tippy toes, you know a man is confident.
Yeah, he's feeling good about himself. He's really pulled some good deliveries this morning, and you can't blame him. This pitch does offer us a lot to his kind of bowling.
Looking good shape as well.
Once again, Fuller.
As I was saying, Cele looks as a man that's in good shape. I think he takes care of himself. Like to see that from young men for longevity purposes. As he continues to bowl, his fifth over, and he's only taken 13 runs, and his bowl really tidy. Asked a few questions, played a few mind games with the batters.
Once again, beating that outside edge. What a delivery that from Okuhle.
That is definitely the delivery that he needs to be bowling. Back of a length delivery. Just asking that question, that even the batsman in the no man's land.
I've loved Tebang Ditola's energy this morning, yes. Really enjoying some of the deliveries that has been bowled. He looks energetic. Then we just saw him giving Okuhle a high five there. Once again, a good delivery by Okuhle.
Okuhle has found his mark in this over. He's really found his mark. That will be the end of the over, end of the 18th over, where the score is 59 for 1. Joshua Richards on 26 of 9 balls, and Mohamed Manak on 4 runs of 6 balls.
Yeah, I still feel the weather gods really robbed us of a beautiful, tough contest between these two teams here. It would have been an intriguing first-class match. I would have enjoyed it. Waited from day 1, day 2, no play at all. Just a little bit of play yesterday.
As you see, it's O'Brien coming back for his 4th over. Man has bowled really well. Asked questions every single over he's bowled.
Down the ground. Well played by Mo Manak. And it's gone all the way for 6.
It's positive shot from Manak. Really positive. And that's what you want when the bowler is finding his mark. You want to put him under pressure. You don't want to let him get his lines right. You want to take him off his line, because once you allow him to set it on a line and length, that's when he'll trouble you.
Remain around the bat for Subrian. This time much straighter. Yeah, it's good to see Mohamed Manak using his feet to Renelan Subrian, not allowing him to settle early on.
I like that move. I like that move as well, that extra fielder there behind the bat. The ball has gone there 2-3 times in the last couple of overs. So I think it's a really good option to pick up a wicket. That short leg is putting a lot of pressure as well, keeping the batsman guessing.
Yeah, he has to play on the front foot with Mohamed Manak.
Indeed, because last couple of Last 2 overs he's played him on the back foot. I feel like that will get him into trouble. He needs to really push forward at that ball. And if he keeps on playing on the back foot, he might get that quicker one getting onto his pads.
Played on the leg side. They will come back for the second. Or the one that will just pop up in the air. They will come back for the third. Good running. One that can just pop up in the air. 3 men around the bat. Easy catch. And that's the end of the over. Over number 19. The score is 68 for 1. Josh Richards, the right-hander, is on 26. And Mo Manak is on 13.
Okuhle about to continue his spell that he's bowled really well at. He's got now 3 slips and a gully at the moment. Sure that over made his captain want to add a slip there. Got a few to beat the bat the last over. And I feel like he's really found his mark and something might just give at this moment. I just had a feeling that something might just give.
Looks like 2 slips, 2 gullies now. Played around the corner. Just in front of square on the leg side. Good timing from Mohamed Manak. That he didn't try to hit too hard. He just turned the bat and oh my goodness, it rolls to the boundary for 4.
That was just pure timing. Just put the bat there. Honestly, there was not much of a push or a clip.
Yeah, but I'm disappointed, Kamva, on Okuhekele here. They've opened up the offside. They've invited Mohamed Manak onto the drive. That cover region, no fielder there. 2 slips, 2 gullies. You still have point, and then you bowl on the leg side. Something that Mohamed Manak can just tap at it and go get easy runs. That's where he should be bowling. That's the line. That's the length. Those fielders waiting for those kind of deliveries.
Yes, he missed his mark there in that first ball. Really did. And he was not bowling to his field and then came back nicely there, tight on that first time. Immediately asked the question.
And that's why I love this format of the game, Kamfa. It always gives you that opportunity to make correction. He realized it didn't bode well. The first ball of the over, come back strongly. The second ball, let's see if he can build some momentum here. Something like that. Look at how excited the sleep cordon is.
Look. When I said at the beginning of the over that I feel something is coming here, it definitely is. That leave was really close. That I feel might be, we call them good leaves, but might be a bit of misjudgment on that leave.
Well, a good friend of mine always tell me, if it doesn't hit the stumps, it's a good leave.
You know, you always have to give the credit to the batsman. It's a batsman's game, isn't it?
Big appeal there. But the umpire is not interested. Once again, straying down the leg side.
He bowls a good one and then releases the pressure once again, because those are pressure releases. Unfortunately, that one didn't go for a boundary this time around, but those are really pressure releases. He's got 2 slips and 2 gullies, and he just invite the batsman, and he's bowled the right length. He just needs to bowl a little bit more on the first time side. Leave the leg side. Doesn't have any protection much to speak on the leg side. Bowl to your field. Get that chance.
Once again, down the leg side by Okuhekele, missing the radar once again. 2 slips, 2 gullies, waiting. They've opened up the offside. No cover fielder, no fielder in the deep. So I think the intention from the captain is trying to say, Mo Manak, if it's there, please drive it. Let's see if you're good enough.
He's not backing up his captain. His captain has backed him to bowl the right length, the right delivery, and now he's straying leg side once again. Let's put it together. That's more like it. That's more like it. A little bit fuller, touch fuller maybe. But you could say maybe on the disappointing side of the over, as much as wasn't really expensive in terms of what the field was set. Could have done better.
Yeah, I should have done better indeed. Consistency wise, should have done better. The captain backed him up. And that was the end of the over. Over number 20. 20 overs has been completed. 72 for 1. Josh Richards is still on 26. And Mohamed Manak, who just joined him, is on 17. Then Prenell and Subrian will continue from the golf course end.
Looked
Two fielders around the bat this time around.
interesting to see how they'll play it. They've looked to be a little bit aggressive the last 2 overs. Nice start there by Sir Brian. Fuller asking the question. We did say in the previous over, was it Mohamed Manak that played him on the back foot a bit? Or
Yeah, it was Mo Manak, yeah. Yeah, Josh Richards playing on the front foot. Yeah, we haven't seen the ball turning in this pitch. Yes, it's in the final day of this match. So what Brian will try to do is try to get some sort of extra bounce off this surface. The ball is only 20 overs old, so he can get something, but not particularly some 10. The bounce is what will have to do the batsman here. So you have to try and adjust his length a little bit. Try and push the batsman back.
that's much better for Mo Manak playing on the front foot, pushing a bit more forward. I think that option that Josh Richards had dancing down the wicket, I feel like it's a good option to Sir Brian. Again there, Manak on the front foot. It looked a lot better.
Yeah, they've got a fielder there, long on, which is, I think, a bit straighter. And I think the idea is to try and stop Mo Manak from using his feet down the ground. It might give opportunity to that long on fielder. That's the end of Renellen Subrian. 73 for 1 is the score. Josh Richards is on 27 and Mo Manak moving on nicely on 17. Yeah, I love the thinking of Subrian. You can see he's an experienced player. That long on fielder was a bit straighter, trying to avoid the two batters dancing down the pitch.
As we got a change in bowling. Ethan Bosch, he's only bowled the 5 overs today. He's coming back for his second spell. He'll want to break this second spell. He's bowled really well in the initial spell, but shorter at times, but let's see what he has.
Fuller this time around to Richards. And well dug out by the opening batter. 2 slips and a gully.
I did feel that Ethan Bosch, his initial spell, he did bowl well. That on that back of the length delivery, did bowl a few short balls, but did ask quite a few questions of Dom Hendricks.
Yeah, I just feel the whole pack miss a trick a little bit. I thought they bowled too short, and they've changed the ploy at this stage. As you can see from the last delivery that Ethan Bosch just bowled, they are bowling a bit fuller, touch straighter. But I think for these two to to drive the ball. They have to bowl maybe that fourth stump line, allow them to free their arms a little bit. Stand around the corner.
You are right, because when I looked at when that second new ball was taken by Lutho Sipamla at the end there, they should have taken a leaf out of his book, because he bowled really well with that new ball, and I thought they would come back and bowl very similar, because Lutho Sipamla bowled quite full at that time when he got the new ball and got the ball to talk. And when they came back on, I just had a feeling that that ball would do the same thing. When they come back on, they're more energized. They'll come on, and they just went for that back of the length delivery far too often, and never asked those players to drive.
Yeah, that's what the Lions always do well as a bowling pack. They use these conditions well. They know the kind of length they should be able to bowl. And that's why they are leading the log at this stage, because they use the home conditions to better effect. They don't waste the new ball. They pick up wickets. Five deliveries has been bowled so far by Ethan Bosch. No run has been scored. And it's all about the length that has been bowling.
He's definitely looked to go touch fuller. They want to finish off this over nicely.
Yeah, maiden over. 73 for 1 is the score after 22 overs.
Just to see if Sobrano will continue bowling. Yes, he will.
Yeah, but what I think the Dolphins should do at this stage, the fast bowlers, is to adjust the line a little bit, Kamva. Maybe just bowl that fourth stump line. Yes, the length is excellent. They are bowling fuller, but the line needs to be a touch wider, because what I've seen is
that a drop catch? That looked very close to a drop catch. Yes, true. They initially, as you said, started quite short, and then now they have a change of plans where they wanted to go a bit fuller, but they've gone a bit too straight. And oh, they look close. They've gone a touch too straight and a touch too full. And I agree with you. They should maybe go for that first stump line, maybe six. Allow the players to free their arms. They're putting slips there on for a reason, and get those slips into play pretty much.
I agree with you. Yes, you will go for runs because you will open up the offside. But it's an opportunity for you to get some wickets. Yeah, once again, Mohamed Manak on the front foot. And once again, it's because of the length that Subrian is bowling. I would love him to bowl on a good length. Allow the ball to bounce off this surface. The ball is still new for the spinner, so he might extract some bounce, and that will be the undoing of these two batsmen.
Especially that you find that right now he's probably not finding that much turn. Utilize the pitch as much as you can. In terms of the bounce, we do have bounce. Ooh, close one there.
Yeah, so if he bowled that length like the previous delivery, he's got three men around the bat. So they are waiting for something like that, something that can pop up, something that will pop up and it goes to hands.
Oh, definitely. As much as that has been said, that has come to the end of the over, where 23 overs been bowled by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, where they've been met by solid batting of Joshua Richards, who scored a patient 27 runs off 74 balls, where Mohammad Manak, who's come in and he's looked a tad aggressive. He's had a 6, I believe, and he's off his hand. He's got 17 runs off 26 balls. We've got Ethan Bosch coming back in. He's bowled that length that we've been asking for, that fuller length, but a bit too straight. So we were looking for him to make the play and drive a bit more, use those slips, get the slips into play once again. Oh, that's the delivery. That's the line you've been talking about, Mr. Takalani.
Yeah, fourth stump line. Let Joshua Richards and Mohamed Manak open their eyes when they see those deliveries. Invite them onto the drive.
And another ploy that they can actually go for is that they can maybe go for that touch fuller line, maybe that where it makes them play a bit more forward, and then 1 or 2 deliveries, push them a bit wider, allow them to free their arms, and keep that pressure tight though.
Yeah, it's all about thinking cricket and always make the batsman guess, but in that you have to try and be consistent. You don't want to be wayward in your approach, trying too much. So far, so good in this over by Ethan Bosch.
Yes, with how Ethan Bosch is bowling, he has kept the runs quiet, which that's the first part that you need to do. Then the second part is to maybe lure him into that wider length, maybe a touch fuller to drive. That's the line. That's the line we're talking about. Bit fuller, bit wider. Allow the batsman to free their arms, drive those runs, apply that pressure.
Yeah, Tsepang Ditole has been enjoying that line. He loves it there with Romashan Pile at mid-off. 2 very good fielder. Not the quickest of the deliveries from Ethan Bosch this time around. He's in his second spell, in his 7th over. Should be feeling fresh though.
Yes, I actually did take note of that as well because initial spell is quite quick to be honest, and now he's looked a tad bit slow. Maybe he had a bit too much lunch. Maybe. I must say he's bowled consistently since he's come back in the second session. A lot fuller, asked a lot more questions at least. As much as he hasn't maybe bowled with the pace that we expect him to bowl.
No change in the field for Ethan Bosch, bowling to Joshua Richards, the opening batter for the Lions. That fourth stump line once again by Ethan Bosch, but Richards was not tempted to drive.
To be fair, Richards has left really well though. As much as that wider delivery has been bowled, he's let go of those deliveries, hasn't been really tempted. Initially, he was playing at those deliveries quite a bit. I think now he's really found his groove after quite a few. It took some time to do that because he did play at a few strokes, loose strokes early on in his innings. But now, I think now since he's found his ground, he's really left really well. And I'm impressed by that. To pose a big challenge for the bowlers. Catch! Oh! That went quickly past the short leg.
Yeah, good delivery to start things off by Pernell and Subrian.
That short leg has been in play with Sir Brian all his overs since he's come on.
Yeah, once again, it's the length that Subrian is bowling right now. He's not going to get much turn in this pitch, but he will definitely get some bounce, and that's why those three fielders are around the bat. Something that will pop up.
That good length of delivery has really asked questions. It's not easy to play with that bounce on this pitch. That's allowing for the spinners with a newer ball.
Using his feet this time around is Mohamed Manak. Played it straight down the ground for an easy single. Good attempt by Pernell and Subrian from his own bowling. Showing good commitment here is the Dolphins spinner.
Not too sure what the thought that he has right now with changing sides. I would have really preferred him to stay. I think he asked more questions. It makes that push a bit easier, that drive down the ground a bit easier. As we look again to Brian coming in.
A bit of protection this time around for Subrian. You've got deep square leg, deep point, and long on.
It's coming around the wicket. Push down the ground again. No run. Good stop by Sir Brian.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. Over number 25. 77 for 1 is the score. And Joshua Richards, he's been very patient. He's on 29 now. And Mohamed Manak also joining him in the patience game. He's on 19. Partnership on 24 runs.
As you see Ethan Bosch running back in.
Good shot. 4 runs easily dealt with by Joshua Richards. It was dug in short by Ethan Bosch. We spoke about the pace of this pitch. It's not that quick this time around. And Joshua Richards was so quick onto that one. And it goes to the boundary for 4.
Ethan Bosch a bit disappointed by that. He really started well in his last 2 overs. Didn't bowl anything short, full deliveries, asked questions. Maybe he was just tempting a tad bit to go short again. Let's see what he's got to do with this ball.
Just turn around the corner for a couple. Good running between Richards and Manak to pick up easy 2 in the end. Now 2 balls has been bowled in this over. 6 runs scored already. What do you do now as Ethan Bosch, as the bowler?
Just has to go back to that fuller length. He's kept him quiet the last 2-3 overs. He's come on with that fuller delivery. Just go back to that. Don't change too much. Be patient. Stick to those lines. Force them to make the mistake.
Bowler delivery is much straighter.
For a dot ball, as I've said. It's not an easy ball to score off, that fuller one. Just stick to those lines. Maybe it might keep low of the pitch. I haven't seen much keep low, but maybe it might move away a little tad bit. Just be patient. on this pitch. This is the patience game after all.
Yeah, Joshua Richards and the captain Dominic Hendricks has been very strong on anything short. They've been pulling and they've been playing really well, and the timing has been excellent, and it gives you the indication that it's a pitch where there isn't much pace in it. The ball just sits up on this pitch and it invites the batsman to pull. That's the line. That's the line. Beautifully bowled by Ethan Bosch.
That jagged back a lot. And that is the length we're talking about, that it might do something on that odd ball. And if he bowls there consistently enough where it kept the batsman thinking and forced a bad decision once again. And that short ball has proven that it's not really working yet today. Just bowl that fuller line, bowl a fuller length. It might just do something for you. Just be patient on that line. That could have easily gone onto the stumps. That was even a close call. No shot played there. And the short ball has proven not to work. Outside of that ball, that short ball that hit Dom Hendricks on the ribs. But outside of that, really, most of them have been left or gone to the boundary.
Once again, good delivery, Ethan Bosch. As we end the over and we will have commentary change, I will be joined by Ken Boland as I say bye-bye to Kamva Nyikana. Welcome back, Ken Boland, to this post-lunch session. 83 for 1 is the score. Joshua Richards is on 35, played a beautiful shot last over, and Mohamed Manak is on 19.
So Penelon and Sir Brian continuing to Manak, who gets the pull shot out. It will just be one. I must say, Takalani, good afternoon, and been quite impressed with the way Mo Manak has gone about his innings so far. He's on 20, and it just seems to me the right mix of positivity, but also respecting the good bowling.
Yeah, he was very positive when he joined Joshua Richards. Even Joshua Richards himself started positively with the captain early on, but looks like they've changed the ploy, both these two batters.
Manak has also used his feet really well to Sir Brian. Again, Sir Brian just dropping a little short and good way. That's what using your feet does to the spin bowler as Manak gets another boundary. Manak alternating, coming down the pitch or hanging back, and Sir Brian just trying to second guess where he's going to be to bowl the right length, and that one was a bit too short and very well put away by Josh Richards on that occasion, actually.
Yeah, we spoke about this pitch, and I think if Sir Brian bowls short, it just become a drag down, isn't it? On the leg side, and it's easy pickings for the batsman. He just need to find the right length in this pitch. Not too full, because the two batsmen are willing to come forward, dance down the ground. Just find a good length, something that is going to hit top of off. I think that should be the perfect length in this pitch.
Always quite a tough place to bowl for spinners, the Wanderers. A few seasons back, there were a couple of seasons, though, when the pitch was pretty spin friendly. I can remember Keshav Maharaj getting a whole bunch of wickets here, more than 10 in a match on a couple of occasions. But the Wanderers has reverted back to type lately. 88 for 1 then, the Lions. And we're going to have an interesting change, more spin. Bryce Parsons, the slow left armour, is coming on to bowl from the call-it drive end. See a short leg and a slip in place. So the Dolphins keep attacking. They need 2 more wickets for their first bowling bonus point. Oh, very nicely flighted by Bryce Parsons, and Manak pushing forward. Couldn't quite get over the bounce. It was good bounce, and up it went, but in front of short leg. Good start by Bryce Parsons. A little bit shorter this time, and Manak rocks back and cuts for the single. Manak goes to 21 off 33 deliveries. Nicely bowled, drawing Richards forward. Exclamation from the wicketkeeper, Viljoen there. Well tossed up, but Richards can only hit it back to the bowler. Inside half of the bat, and that's a good over from Bryce Parsons, his first over of the match, just the 1 run off it. And the DP World Lions 89 for 1 after 28 overs. Bryce Parsons is coming off a 5-wicket haul against the Dragons last week. He bowled the Dolphins to victory. He left them with a target of 240, which they managed to chase down, but Parsons took 5 for 28 to bowl the Dragons out for 186. Darren de Pavilion back into the attack and edged to second slip. Oh, really loose drive by Mohamed Manak there. He's done a lot of hard work to get to 21, and that was full and wide, and he reached for it and went for the really big expansive drive, and he's edged it into second slip.
That was a really inviting delivery there by de Pavilion. full and wide. I think a bit on the fortunate side to pick up a wicket on that one. To be fair, he took a chance and he got it. And a good catch on the slip. But poor technique, rather, by Mohammed Manak, rather.
I don't think poor technique. I just think poor shot selection. First ball of the new spell by Dupavillon. You've been facing spin, and it's that wide. Just let it go past. Leave it alone. And you can see he's trudging off rather disconsolately, Mo Manak, and crossing over with Zubair Hamza, another very elegant stroke player who's enjoying a very good summer as well.
Guy also that has represented the Proteas a couple of occasions, in and out of the Protea squad. He'll want to get back into there, and what an opportunity this is for him to get back into runs, put his name in the hat again for the Proteas call up, and to continue the series or this 4-day series and end it on a good note rather. I still believe he's a guy that can still be a future for the Proteas. Very elegant, tidy technique. Just been on an unfortunate side of runs to the international level.
He's averaging 45 this season in the 4-day series, Zubair Hamza. 4 half centuries in his 8 innings. Was a good touch in the 1-day cup as well, but made a few half centuries there, but without really going on to a big score. But he's got the afternoon to bat now and try and get a decent score behind him. Pavillon starts well to him.
It has become a bit darker here, Ken Boland.
It has, Takalani. There are a few fairly stormy looking clouds in front of us. And Darren Dupavillon is bowling a few lightning bolts out there. That was well left in the end by Zubair Hamza. Sped past his nose.
Three slips and a gully for Zubair Hamza, the new batsman in after the dismissal of Mohammed Manak.
Good to see a really attacking field from the Dolphins. As we've been saying today, all about gathering bonus points for the two teams, and the Dolphins need one more wicket for their first bowling point. And there's nothing to lose by being aggressive, really. Yeah, they might give away a batting point or so to the Lions, but would be silly not to go after those bowling bonus points. Nicely driven by Zubair Hamza, but good work by Okuhle Qele.
Yeah. I've loved some of the energy being shown by the Dolphins fielders. Okuhle Qele is one. Tsepang Ditole. They've really shown some energy, some aggression.
Good back foot defensive technique from Zubair Hamza there. Darren Dupavillon giving it a test, and end of a successful first over back for the fast man.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. Over number 29. 89 for 2 is the score. I miss the wicket taking delivery from Darren to Pavlon, but I think the last part of this over, he changed the length a little bit, bowling back off a length.
Yeah, it was a very full, very wide delivery that got the wicket, possibly even a loosener by Dupavalon, and unfortunately Mo Manak went reaching for the drive and could only edge it to second slip. Parsons continues, and there'll be a quick single to the deep mid-on.
Good pace from Bryce Parsons on the first delivery of this over. Bowling quicker to the right-hander, Zubair Hamza. Very expensive player, Zubair Hamza.
Hamza just taking guard there. You see, it looks like a middle stump guard. Nicely tossed up by Parsons, but Zubair Hamza's got such good hands, and he's able to manipulate that ball past the shortish cover and wide of the deep mid-off for a very easy single to get him off the mark. Came down the wicket a bit there, did Josh Richards. Just a shuffle. Parsons is bowling with very good control here.
Yeah, I love the pace that he's bowling at, is Bryce Parsons.
Yeah, it's a decent pace, and still getting nice flight. That one's a bit flatter and quicker, and Richards Hamza rather defends off the back foot. End of the over. 91 for 2. 92 for 2.
Yeah, 92 for 2 is the score. Joshua Richards still on 41. And the experience of Zubair Hamza is still on 1.
Pavalon to continue from the golf course end.
Yeah, a very packed offside field. 2 slips and a gully point cover mid-off. And then you've got mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg on the leg side. Nobody patrolling the boundary on the offside.
Only a fine leg back. No a deep square leg. Suggests that Pavalon is not really thinking of bouncing Richards and getting him to hook.
I think he will just bowl back off a length, judging by this field. He's not going to pitch the ball up.
That was the short run, but Richards rides the bounce nicely, turns down to fine leg for 1. Maybe the Dolphins know that Richards doesn't often hook. So they know that that's what he'll do to the short pitch bowling. He'll just leave it or turn it around the corner for one. Definitely some storm clouds building up now around Johannesburg. Off the back foot, down past gully by Zubair Hamza. They'll come back for two.
Yeah, I think that's good cricket from both these two sides for me, from the bowler and the batter. Pavlon moved that mid-wicket fielder. He reinforced the slip cordon. Now he's got 3 slips and a gully. The batsman is aware of this field. Still, he just tapped it on the offside for an easy single. So that's good cricket, good thinking cricket from the bowler and the batter. Pavlon knows he can't bowl fuller. He can't bowl down the leg side because there is absolutely nobody on the leg side. Square leg, mid-wicket, it's a vacant land.
Yeah, just a fine leg in play. But as you say, Takalani, acres of space from a fine leg to a shortish mid-on. Pick your spot. So it's going to take some good control from Darren du Pavillon here. That he slips the gully is almost a fifth slip, to be honest. It's just a bit of a gap between him and the other slips. Good probing stuff by Darren du Pavillon. Nice back foot drive again from Zubair Hamza. He controls that shot well. Timing not quite all there though, and fielder was able to get across and cut it off. And it looks like we are going to have a drinks break at 95 for 2.
As we welcome you back from the drinks break, we get a change in bowling.
Bryce Parsons continuing. Bowled very tidily so far.
But short there by Bryce Parsons. As Ken has said, he's bowled tidily. As you look at his numbers, 2 overs for 4 runs, 2.1 overs for 4 runs.
Seemed to go a bit wider on the crease for that delivery.
Playing with his variations, finding different angles to bowl from. But short there, pulled away for 4. A dash to the boundary. No chance for any fielder to get there.
Well, I think Josh Richards is really enjoying having an extended time out in the middle. Not too much pressure on the go at the moment, and just getting himself ready for the big games that follow the last round robin round next week, and then the Lions, who are certainly in pole position to make the final.
Certainly, he'll definitely want to make this one big. He struggled for runs this season. He's got about a 150 and a 44. You want to convert this 42 into a 50, then on to maybe even bigger than that. Especially, it's a good time to come into form, come into the penultimate rounds of the season. You'll want to make sure he digs deep here.
Silly point coming in. Richards has kind of lunged forward a bit to defend Parsons, so maybe they had that in mind with the silly point coming in, but all Richards did then was drive the ball hard past the silly point, back to the bowler. It's the end of the over. 99 for 2. Looking at the games going on elsewhere at Newlands, Bull Hunter making a very good fist of saving that game. They are 172 for 2 in their second innings. Grant Rudolphson on 82 not out, and Abiwem Kajima has just gone to his 50 as well.
Pavlon running in again. His second ball over. Nice delivery there by Pavlon. Met by a good defensive shot there by Sabrai Hamza.
And the match has ended at Supersport Park, where the Titans and the Northwest Dragons have played out to a fairly inevitable draw. Northwest finishing on 189 for 1 in their second innings. Lasibe Ngwepe 84 not out, and Reynald van Tonda 59 not out, batting them to safety.
Hamza gets behind that one tidily. Looked patient initially in his start. Looks solid in his defense as he walks down the crease.
So important that you've got to start with a solid defense, keep the good balls out. get yourself in, and then you can start playing your strokes. And Hamza has a lot of strokes, that I can assure you.
Definitely a classy player with classy strokes. So it was a very good watch. Reminds me of some player like Reza Hendricks. Oh, that is 4 buys. Bit of a poor delivery. That's straight down leg. Asking too much of Falloon. There's the Pavillon.
I like the Reza Hendricks comparison with Zubair Hamza. Both very elegant players, good hands.
Definitely watching Reza Hendricks is like watching cricket masterclass, especially when he's in good touch.
Yeah, when Reza Hendricks goes big, it's as a a wonderful sight. A really tremendous batsman to watch in full flow.
Remember watching him live about a few months ago at Centurion in Sport Park. Scored that beautiful 100 there. Oh, that was a good watch. He really was batting well there with as we see this over continues into Pavillon.
So with that draw at Supersport Park, the Titans have picked up around about 16 points, which takes them to 93, which moves them ahead of the Dolphins at the moment, but 4 points behind what the Lions came into this match with. So the Lions are certainly going to go into the last round of fixtures on top of the log.
As we see Bryce Parsons continue from the caller drive in. Spoke quite full in his last over. Oh, nice stroke there by Hamza. Dances down the wicket for 4. Straight down the ground.
And it's 50 for Josh Richards as well. He's worked very hard for that one. And just a good moment of aggression here, as you say. I don't think the bowler expected that.
It's good pressure that's applied there. That also brings out the 100 up. Nice forward push there by Josh Richards. Talk about his innings. He's started off a bit shaky, to be fair, and pushed it a few initially, and then slowly found his ground, had a few defensive shots. Oh, wishes that one just sort of a short leg. That was close. Might look like a drop catch, if I'm not mistaken. But to continue on that, he had really started a bit shaky, as I said, and found his ground and started finding defensive shots, and then found his strokes again as the innings has gone on. As he pulls that one away for 4 of Josh Parsons. Of Bryce Parsons, sorry. Beg your pardon. He's looked aggressive in this over, Richards. Second boundary of the over. That one he rocks off the back foot. Hauls him. Just in front of square. Parsons went full. He went down the ground. Went short, pulled him. Pushes that one into the gap. And good timing for 4 again. Oh, he's looked so good this over. Richards really looked aggressive. Scored 3 boundaries in this over.
Josh Richards tends to grind his innings out a bit more. He's a real battler at the top of the order. But this knock, it's been a little bit like Tsipang Datolia as well, I guess, in that there's obviously been a lot of solid defence and hard work done, but also some very pleasing stroke play. And when the opportunities have presented themselves, Josh Richards has been nice and positive and just shown that he's got some really good strokes out there as well.
I think there's similar patterns. I think with this pitch, initially to start off with, you have to grind it out and maybe get those few deliveries that maybe trouble you. Then once you get your eye in, you start seeing it better. The runs are a bit maybe easier to come by, don't you think, Ken?
Definitely, yeah. We've seen that all through. That once batters are set and get a partnership going, it looks like a really good deck to bat on. But there's certainly been assistance for the bowlers as well. I think it's just a very good cricket wicket, to be honest.
As I see Kuhle Cele replacing De Pavillon. Hamza plays that off the back foot. It's a back foot punch.
It's a strength of his. Also drives very well. He's a very good all-round player, Zubair Hamza.
That punch, that back foot punch they had played, reminds me a lot of Joe Root's favorite shot. He loves that one in between point and gully region. I don't think there's any bowling team can stop that shot from him playing that shot. A lot of the time they want to plug a fielder there. Looks for a similar stroke, but maybe too short for that one and too tight to his body.
Yeah, a bit close to him, and he really tried to wallop that one, did Zubair Hamza, rather than maybe just punching it. It was quite an expansive back foot drive.
Fortunately, Hamza takes his time. Maybe needs to take a leaf out of Josh Richards' book. Try leave well initially. Not push at balls. Take and give himself the best chance possible here in those last 2 sessions of the day, especially going into the important games coming up. He'll want to spend some time in the innings. You want to get face up quite a few balls, get his eye in, get comfortable, maybe pick up a bit of form, maybe get himself a 50 maybe.
Respect good form is what they always say. If you're enjoying a good run with the bat, don't throw away at innings. Don't waste your good form. Make every innings count, because you never know when that wheel turns and you find yourself struggling for every run.
Nice punch of the back foot again, straight to the fielder. Yes, indeed, Ken. And cricket is a very funny game. Can be times where you're seeing the ball and you're just scoring all the runs in the world, and then there's just times where you can't even get the ball off the middle of the bat. So it's important that he rides this form of his and he stays focused and doesn't get too comfortable in the pitch. It's not a completely easy pitch to bat on, but once you get yourself in, it can be. But why there from Gele? Good take from Viljoen. I've been impressed by his keeping, I say again.
Cyril Avia was very happy with his keeping there as well, because that ball was heading for his kneecap at first slip.
Those are uncomfortable at slip. When you catch one of those, you'd like to call a physio on, but you have to toughen up for your mates around you there at the slip, Gordon.
I don't think Cyril Avia even flinched. I think he had a lot of faith in Hanu Viljoen.
Nice over there by Okuhle. Brings the end of the 35th over. 115 runs off 2 wickets gone.
And the Lions are just 35 runs away from their first batting point, so they'll want to make sure they get that in the bag before there's any hint of bad light or lightning returning. Just to add to the full-house of 4 bowling points they achieved.
Yes, the sun has gone away. As we look at clouds, they've come together a little bit. There is still a bit of light on the field. No threat of bad light as of yet.
Dolphins are 1 wicket away from their first bowling point, which will take them to 6 and a bit in this match.
Nice shot there on the back foot by Richards. Pushes it for single on the leg side to deep square leg. Hamza to face Bryce Parsons. Nice push there by Hamza for a single down the ground.
Sensible batting.
Another push down the ground there by Richards.
That was really fired in very full by Bryce Parsons into Richards' block hole.
Oh, that just beat the bat. Also, the keeper as well couldn't pick that one.
Beaten in the flight. He went back to a delivery that was way too full to be playing that on the back foot, and sure enough, got himself into trouble there. Zubair Hamza. End of the over. That's 36 overs gone now. 119 for 2. And the dreaded light meter is coming onto the field courtesy of the third umpire, who's handed it over to Alahuddin Palika. Yesterday he gave it to Mongani Jele, did Alahuddin Palika, almost as if to say, yeah, Mongani, you do the dirty work. You tell the players when we can't play anymore. But today Palika is taking on the executioner's role. Seems happy enough to continue. With the fast man Okuhle Kele.
Really like to hope that is not a sign of anything. As much as light has gone a little bit darker, but you like to hope that won't change much. Oh, nice delivery there by Okuhle. Fullest delivery. Hamza pushes at it a little bit. Rolls all the way down to gully. Maybe a bit of soft hands played with there.
I was going to say his good hands potentially saved him there, Zubair Hamza.
Kuhle want to keep that pressure on. You want to apply that pressure. Oh, Kuhle goes a bit leg side-ish there. They want to push for 2 there, Hamza. This square region. Nice running there by Hamza and his partner Richard.
You saw, by the way, Zubair Hamza kind of fended that ball off. That it's Kele's got awkward pace. He's a slippery customer to deal with. Great fielding by Bryce Parsons.
Quick fielding by Bryce Parsons. Usually those catch the batsman out if they're not focusing at times. But at least Hamza was aware of that.
So we see some of the Dolphins management strolling around the field.
Ball delivery there by Kuhleqele. Driven to the covers. Or awkwardly driven to the covers by Hamza. Hits the ground first.
I think peak Hamza would have dispatched that through the covers for 4. He's got himself into a little bit of a hole here, Hamza. On 6, he's been there for around 30 deliveries.
It's a much better stroke by Hamza. Not as tired, but a lot better drive there by Hamza. Kuhleqele inviting the drive.
In case you think myself and Kumba have gone crazy and can't read what's on the screen, the scores shown there are just a little bit behind your pictures, so bear with us.
I can imagine the viewers must be confused. Nice delivery there by Kuhleqele again, asking the question. That brings the end of the 37th over. 122 for 2 with Hendricks, with Richards on 60 and Hamza on 6.
There we go. The ticker at the bottom of the screen is now up to date. There you see the scorers hard at work. There's a wave there. Is that Wayne? That's our good friend Wayne, formerly of Pitch Vision, and going back to his roots as a scorer, helping us out with stats as well.
Bryce Parsons to continue there with his first ball for the over. His ball quite full in his style of bowling.
Yeah, I think he's shown very good control. Bryce Parsons had a great time with the ball last week, 5 for 28 against the Dragons. So obviously feeling confident and feeling in form. Ball coming out well, as they say.
Oh, it's just squeezed down the leg side, just past that short leg fielder. They push for about 2. Hamza gets that 2 there. Streaky 2.
I don't know. I think with no fine leg in place, Parsons can't afford to bowl there. That's just a little bit too leg sideish, and a player of Hamza's skill is going to be able to manipulate that behind the wicket As we see, short leg just shuffles a little bit more behind square.
Oh, that was close. Well, time shot by Hamza. It goes for 4. Close call, though, I must say. Bryce Parsons would have thought he would have grabbed that one in that left hand.
Hamza's first boundary. It's taken in 34 deliveries to get there.
I just see this partnership move slowly over to 39. And a partnership that's been building really well. Again, single there by Hamza through the covers. He's played the spin quite well. He's pushed for singles. Initially, I thought they were playing him off the back foot, but now they've moved more to the front foot with playing him because Bryce Parsons was bowling quite full for them to be playing on the back foot. But now again, nice shot there by Josh Richards. As that brings us to the end of the over, of the 38th over, 130 for 2.
And now just 20 runs away from that first batting bonus point for the DP World Lions. Theoretically, there are 47 overs left today. We won't get all of those, but say we're very lucky and we get 35, then the Lions, if they go well, could get to 250, pick up another couple of batting bonus points.
Important batting points, that is. They want that light meter to stay away to make sure they get those points. Nice back foot shot there straight. The fielder. Utlekela coming in again. He's got 3 slips in a gully.
Again, the slowness of the pitch being shown there on a really fast Wanderers deck. That would have been hit a lot squarer. Instead, Richards had to wait for it and hit it to mid-off off the back foot.
Jeez. It's a bit wide-ish. First, a few short balls you've seen from Gele. But that's a bit too short, maybe.
Very short, and umpire Palika agrees with you. It was a wide. Gele obviously feeling to get the ball head high. He's got to drop it pretty short on this pitch.
Gele coming in again. A shot from the back, but nothing on that. Just sways the leg side. Bit of a loose delivery there by Gele.
The bowler wasn't interested at all in that.
Immediately turned away. I want to come back on that fuller length delivery that's been bowling after those 2 short delivery and then one on the leg side. You want to come back to that right length. That went through right through the slips there by Richards. He would have said he would have timed that the way he suggested with his hands. But it went through the slips there for 4.
It was stylish by Josh Richards, but not without risk. Oh, if something had just gone slightly wrong there, It could have been catching practice for the slips.
Risky shot, that is.
I'm sure he didn't intend to get it that fine.
Yeah,
He was looking a bit squarer.
I didn't think entirely timed well. Oh, again there, Richards. Beautiful cover drive for 4.
Stand and deliver by the opening batsman. Not much footwork there, but he just threw the hands at it, and it's gone careering away to the extra cover boundary. Josh Richards now 69 not out, and it's also the 50 partnership with Zubair Hamza.
Let's see what response he can have here after those back-to-back boundaries. Oh. Richards pushes that for 2 in the gap. Maybe he might go for a third one. Oh, beautiful running there by Richards. On more of an expensive side on this over. But loose, start off with the bouncer, one on the leg side. Then pushed another one fuller. Then maybe the other one was driven. But you could say good shot from Richards. Then another one straight leg side. It's a bit of a loose over from Kutlekele.
12 off it, and we've still got a ball to go.
One of the more expensive overs in the game. Nice tighter delivery there to Zubair Hamza. Doesn't allow him to open his arms. That brings the end of the over. End of the 39th over. Score is 142 for 2. We've seen Josh Richards bat really well. He's struggled for runs this season. The 4-day stuff. He's now on 72 of 126 balls. You want to convert this to a big one. He's got a few games coming up that are important. He's found boundaries in the last couple of overs. As we see, Bryson's coming. Big uphill. Not given by the umpire. Maybe missing the off stump. We welcome back to commentary, Mr. Takalani.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kamva. Thank you very much to all the listeners, once again, all our viewers. Some big appeal there by Bryce Parsons. First ball of the over to Joshua Richards. This time down the ground by Joshua Richards. And it's gone all the way for 4 runs. Yeah, I just got greeted with a beautiful shot there by Joshua Richards. Once again, down the ground. And I think this time it's gone all the way for maximum.
That's a biggie. Barry Richards, he's chasing that 100. He wants to get there in no time. He saw the light meter and says, oh, I want to get my 100 today. Oh, 2 big strokes there by Richards. Down the ground. Dances down the ground for his first boundary. And then the second one just goes down on one knee and picks it up for 6.
Yeah, this is now Joshua Richards' highest score this season. His previous highest score was 77 against the Northwest Dragon down in Potchefstroom. And by that, it's 150 for the Lions, 152 for 2.
He'll be happy with this performance. You had mentioned his stats earlier when you had a chat earlier, and he had spoken about him getting stuck in with the runs, and he's answered your call, Mr. Kalani. Not a push down the ground, but saved by the fielder. You gotta say something.
I'm not tempted to say it's my call. It's actually his call. Yeah, but I hear you. He has to do something this season. He hasn't been batting well, and I think this half century will do him a world of good.
That brings us to the end of the over, of the 40th over of the second innings, where it leaves us at 152 for 2. We have a current partnership of 63 between Joshua Richards and Zabrai Hamza.
And Joshua Richard is the one who's doing all sorts of damage in this partnership. Zubair Hamza, normally a stroke maker, he hasn't really done much. 14 runs to be exact. As we see now, the DP World Lions are trailing the Hollywoodbets Dolphins by 205 runs. Yeah, just going to the partnership. It's a very interesting partnership, Kamva. We saw earlier on when Joshua Richards came into bat, he was very, very positive. But with the introduction of Subrian, the spinner, he went back and then just tried to rotate the strike, taking singles. And then in the last 30 minutes or so, he was very attacking. He's on 82 now from 132 balls. So I love how he's able to pace his innings. You know, if the ball is there to be hit, he was able to score runs. But if the bowlers were on top, he's also allowed them to bowl as many deliveries without bothering the scorers too much. So brilliant innings by Joshua Richards. And by that cover, I'll say Joshua Richards is now back in form.
Give him his credit. Look, indeed, he's found his touch in this game, and he needs to ride that luck that he's had in this game. Oh, cover drive there by Richards. Just goes on to mid-off.
Yeah, I didn't really time it. It's Joshua Richards. Should have gone to the boundary, to the right of the middle fielder, but no timing really in that shot. Yeah, so Joshua Richard is one of those batsmen that I love, Kamva. I've followed his game a lot, and he's very fortunate. He opened the batting with Dominic Hendricks.
Catch up! Oh, dropped there by Bryce Parsons. A slip. A big wicket there that would have been from Joshua Richards. Oh, De Pavlon a bit disappointed by that. A tough chance though for Bryce Parsons. It went quickly to the slips. Fortunately, burst out of his hands. Oh man. Bryce Parsons at gully there, standing at gully. What an opportunity that was to break the 67-run partnership. I wish I could see that again. Burst through his hands. Good effort though for Bryce Parsons.
Yeah, you can't falter the effort from the all-rounder. But in this level, you expect those to be taken, Kamva.
Oh, another beautiful delivery there by De Pavlon to follow up. Usually after a drop catch, bowlers will be disappointed, but he's come back really nicely. Oh, but unlucky there from De Pavlon. He's bowled really well in this over. Unfortunate to be dropped by his teammate there, Bryce Parsons. Tough catch though, you think? Or regularity catch? What's your thoughts?
It was tough, but we have seen those being taken with ease, more especially at this level.
Another good delivery there by Dupavlon. Just blocked and pushed for a single by Zubair Hamza. Brings the end of the 41st over. Leaves us at 157 for 2.
Yeah, it's getting darker and darker each minute here at DP World Wanderers Stadium. We saw the third umpire bringing the light meter to the on-field umpires, just looking at the betting card. Joshua Richards, the opening batter, is still on 83 from 133 deliveries. Dominic Hendricks was out LBW to Prenelens O'Brien for 28. Mohamed Manak was out to Pavlan, caught by Prenelens O'Brien for 21 from 34 deliveries. And the experience of Zubair Hamza is currently forming a strong partnership with Joshua Richard. The partnership is on 67 as we see now. Bryce Parson coming back. They will run for 2 as it was guided past the slip fielder.
You are nice to say that it was guided. It looked quite close to the slip there. I think the intention was to guide it. Might not have timed it as well, or might not have placed it as well, but that was a few inches away from the first slip. As Bryce Parsons continues, as mid-on goes deeper. Another one. Another big 6 there by Richards. Oh, what a 6. Goes on one knee. Deep into cow corner for 6. He's looking really aggressive against Bryce Parsons. Previous over picked him up for 4. Now for 6. Also another 6 in the previous over as well. Really looked aggressive in this over. He wants to push for that 100. He's seeing it's getting darker and darker here. He wants to get his 100 before they call them off.
Yeah, that's a good shot there by Joshua Richards. Pitches middle and leg from Bryce Parson. Fuller length and easy pickings for the right hander, those down the leg side.
He's taken that 6 has taken him to 89. Just 11 runs short of that big number. That'll definitely get him super confident going into the next fixture. An important fixture that is. Partnership has moved over to 77. Scores at 166 for 2. At 41.2 overs. I think the players are still looking for the ball at cow corner as we see the umpire comes in with the replacement ball. Now one not definitely to be replaced. As the ball has been changed, we'll look to continue the rest of the over. As the ball was hit for 6 deep in cow corner by Joshua Richards. He'll look to stay aggressive in this over. He'll look to keep on applying the pressure and maybe push towards that. There's the second bonus point again. They've already initially got one from that when they got to 150. You want to get to 200 mark, maybe to 250 mark. Nice shot there. Opens up his arms, places it in the covers.
Yeah, definitely Joshua Richards pushing to his century quickly here. 10 runs so far in this over. Look at that. Bryce Parson has only bowled 7.3 overs, but he's gone for 51 runs.
He's been
Started well, Bryce Parson. I thought he was bowling at a good pace. The length also was good, but once they pick up his length and line, really, they were very attacking from his bowling.
another full delivery there by Bryce Parsons. Pushed down the ground there by Zubair Hamza. Another delivery, a bit shorter there by Bryce Parsons. Effective.
And a bit quick as well. Zubair Hamza did well to block that one.
I think that just might be T. As we come to the end of the session with 42 overs bowled, we had 167 for 2. We've got Joshua Richards on 90 of 135 balls, just short of that 100, and in partnership with Zubair Hamza, of which he's off 21 runs of 45 balls, of a partnership of 78. Takrani, what's your thoughts on the bowling?
Yeah, only pick up 2 wickets so far in this innings. Not bad, but I feel they should have done better. More especially the fast bowlers, Ethan Bosch and Darren Dupavlon up front. They should have bowled maybe a bit fuller, invite the batsmen onto the drive and maybe induce an edge. But be that as it may, as we see now, the DP World Lions are 167 for 2 after 42 overs, and they still trail by 190 runs after the Hollywoodbets Dolphins first inning score 357 all out in 86.2 overs.
With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after the tea break. See you soon. Welcome back to the third and final session of the last day of this game. As we see the umpires prepare this final session of this game we've watched. Good spectacle for the amount of time we've seen. As you see the players come on, as they take their mark, get into their fielding positions. They'll want to push on to those bonus points that they can get. We're looking forward to also 100, hopefully, from the bat. Of Richard. Joshua Richards on 90. About to open the batting after tea will be Sir Brian. He's got slip, short leg. Fine leg as well for him. Deep point, cover, mid on, and mid off. As well as a deep square leg. Here he comes in. Oh, that just goes past a short leg. They push for 2. As Kaya Zondo collects, throws it into the keeper of Viljoen, just short of Viljoen. As we look at the score, it's 170 of 2 wickets that have fallen, or 42 overs of 42.1 overs. We've got Joshua Richards on 93 of 136 balls, and Zabrai Hamza, a bit of a interesting start of his 21 runs of 45 balls. Yeah, he faces Zabrai Hamza. Shot through the covers. Good fielding there in that point. As we welcome back to commentary, Takalani with me again.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kamva. And thank you to all our viewers as we see Fernand O'Brien bowling from the golf course end. He's bowling to Joshua Richards, who's 7 runs away from another century, first century this season, if he gets there. But it's good to see that Prenelans O'Brien is asking some questions here. 4 runs so far in this over, went for 3 first delivery after the tea interval.
Goes down the wicket there. Richards was straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I didn't really time it using his feet there. It's a Joshua Richards, and that's what he has done all along today.
Oh, nice sweep there by Richards. Sweeps it to the cow corner for 4. Beautiful shot. One knee on the ground and just sweeps it. Gave no fielder a chance at all.
They didn't even move an inch. They didn't pick it up at all. That was a fantastic shot. It was hit hard by it's Joshua Richards.
And that boundary takes him to 97 of 140 balls, inching closer to that 100. That is Joshua Richards. He's looked good today. How about his innings?
Yeah, he has really timed the ball well. He has used his feet. He has defended well, more especially to the spinners, Bryce Parsons and so Brian used his feet well. So I think that's textbook stuff from Joshua Richards. He opened the batting for the Lions, and what he's doing now is ensuring that he remains the cog in this DP World Lions betting lineup.
As we see there, Pavlon stretching just after tea. As we look out into the clouds, the light looks a bit better. As much as the umpires have come together, looks like it's cleared up. Not too sure. Not too sure why the umpires are coming together.
Yeah, I think they might be going off here. They are showing
Lightning. That will be really unfortunate there for Joshua Richards. It's just sort of that 97. Oh, I think there might be a change in ball. I see the umpire coming in to the left of our screen. You might not see him now, right now. You'll come into picture soon. Any moment from now, you'll see them coming together. There might be a bit of a damage on that ball.
Yeah, you see, that's the brutality of cricket, Kamva. I know Joshua Richards is on 97. If for some reasons the umpire feel the light or there is a risk of lightning, they're not going to even look at the 3 runs that Joshua Richards need to get to 100. They're just going to consider the safety of the players first.
Yes, 100%. Can be an unfair game sometimes. I usually find it funny sometimes when players are in their 90s and then maybe there's few runs to chase and then you get guys just chasing runs and finishing off the runs before the partner gets the 100 mark. And I always just wonder if maybe a player, how they feel about that. So, cricket can be funny with all the delays it has. It could be rain, lightning, and it could be so costly at times in big tournaments, in big games. But I guess the rules are rules. You see the umpires come back together once again. Change in ball again.
Yeah, I think they're happy with this ball. Bongani Jele and Alauddin Paleka, the 2 umpires.
As the Pavilion had enough time to stretch there to get started into his new spell after tea. I thought he bowled really well prior to the tea break, as he picked up a wicket as well. I think he really bowled well. He'd want to continue that. He's got 2 slips and a gully. Point, cover, mid on, and mid off up. But leg side is to start off with. First leg side by Hamza.
Yeah, that will bring Joshua Richards to the strike. 3 runs away from first half century of the season. He has faced 140 deliveries.
He's 1 stroke away from that big figure, from that big milestone. He hasn't had 100 this season. He'll be really wanting to get over the mark here, as we see De Pavilion coming in. Punches it off the back foot for a dot. To be the nervous 90s for Joshua Richards. A lot of players have been dismissed in the nervous 90s. So he'll be thinking about that 100. He'll be thinking about it. He hasn't picked up 100 this season, but he'll try to keep himself calm. He wants to be collected. He wants to stick to what he's really worked for him today. He won't want to not focus. As the Pavilion comes in. He's pushing for 2 there. Oh, that is a boundary, and it brings up the 100 for Joshua Richards. What an innings from Joshua Richards. The first of the season. He'll feel good about that as he kisses the badge, raises his arms. Oh, what a performance from Joshua Richards. Well-deserved 100. Beautiful innings by Joshua Richards as he raises his hands to his dugout.
Yeah, beautifully orchestrated 100 this by Joshua Richards. And that will be his 12th first-class hundreds. Beautifully done here by the young man. And it's good to see him back in form. We spoke about it all morning, all afternoon. He hasn't really done well this season, but here he is towards the back end of the season. Big appeal. Umpire Bongani Jele not interested. I think it hit him outside the line of off stump.
There's also a bit of height on that as well. There's also a bit of height on that. Pretty much outside of off stump as well. You want to continue here, Joshua Richards. You want to finish this day off on that 100, not out. Go into the next game with so much confidence. Go into the next round of games, and you want to go in. Probably this game will push them closer to that final as well. As the Pavilion comes in once again. Nice defensive stroke there by the man on 101 off 143 balls. He's looked solid today.
Yeah, he's been solid. He's been solid. The technique has been excellent. And how he paced his innings. Really, it was good to watch. Fantastic effort by Joshua Richards here this afternoon.
Yes, it's been a good effort indeed. Started off gently, and then he put himself together, and then slowly picked up those runs. Another defensive stroke, forward defensive stroke, just pushes through the covers.
Guess who the fielder at the covers for the Dolphins? Tshepang Ditole.
He's been energetic in the covers region today. He should be, rightfully so. Batted really well yesterday into this morning. He was dismissed quite earlier this morning. So he'd be happy with his performance. Just came short of his personal best score. So we definitely have a lot of energy there with the performance he had. As he shakes hands with the man that scored the 100 as well, I'm sure you'll be congratulating him as well. You'll know the feeling that he felt yesterday, and you'll be sharing that moment with Joshua Richards. Hamza slowly building his innings as well. You'll be a man, you want to take confidence going to the next game, next big game as well for the Lions. As much as there's not much to play for, but the context of this innings is a lot for both of these guys going into the next game. It's two important games coming up. They want to stay not out here, take their team to the end of the day, and they want to take that momentum into the next big game, and hopefully into the final as well.
Yeah, the DP World Lions next game is against the Knights down in Bloemfontein. And then for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, they will be playing against the Dolphins Warriors in Gqeberha. So both this side, their next game will be against the two relegation threatened sides. The Knights and the Dolphins Warriors. And then from there on, it will be the final on the 10th to the 14th of April. Not working comfortably there. Let's just hope it's okay for the Dolphins' sake. Still a lot of cricket to be played this season. Just looking at this partnership, Kamva 91 runs, and Zubair Hamza has only scored 23 of those. Normally a very attacking batsman for the Lions, but he's willing to play second fiddle in this partnership. Just try and play the anchor role and guide Joshua Richards to his 12th century, first this season.
Indeed, he's played second fiddle. As much as he hasn't, as much as he is an aggressive player, he hasn't found it really easy on this pitch to get his stroke play going. So it'll be important for him to take his time until he does find his stroke play, so that he doesn't just leave his wicket out there cheaply. Nice cover drive, as you can see there, by Joshua Richards. Man, good touch and good form.
Oh, the sound of the bat, the technique, it was excellent, but he hits it straight to the man we've been talking about all morning. Tshepang Ditole fielding at that cover region. He's not going to miss out. A lot of energy from Tshepang Ditole, the 32 years old.
The way he's covered that cover region, it's like he's playing with two people there in that cover region. The way he's covered both sides of that cover region. It hasn't been easy to score runs there with him being there. Oh, missed time there by Joshua Richards. Yes, this partnership has been really good. Partnership of 9-1. They've really taken their time in certain times. They've been aggressive. Before tea, there was a few sixes. They came off the bat of Richards. Two big sixes in the cow corner region down the ground. Then a few fours as well. Nice back foot punch through the covers by Richards. Oh, that's a beautiful boundary. Well timed for 4.
Yeah, just stand tall and deliver from Joshua Richards. You know who played that shot so well, or used to play that shot so well? The legendary himself, Hashim Amla. And he's the coach of, the batting coach of this DP World Lions team. And tell you what, that shot is from Hashim Amla's book. Beautifully played by Joshua Richards.
Oh, indeed. Another guy that comes to mind with that shot is Aiden Markram. He plays that back foot punch really nice. Yet again, met with another defensive shot by Joshua Richards. But yes, what a player Hashim Amla was. A legend, South African legend. Plenty of hundreds across all formats. In the ODI in particular, and in the test games. He really knows how to graft, that man. I'm sure he's a great example here for this team. Oh, just unfortunate there by the Pavlon. Gets the outside edge of Joshua Richards. It goes in between the gaps between second slip and gully for 4.
Yeah, it's the soft hands from Joshua Richards. He was beaten all hands up. But because he played it with soft hands, it couldn't carry to the slip cordon.
Pavlon will be feeling a bit unlucky. He's got a few to go through the slip cordon. He would be feeling a bit unlucky with that one. There was one earlier again from Joshua Richards where he was looking to cut the ball between point and maybe cut a bit too fine. But when he got to slip a bit along the ground, the Pavlon will be a little bit disappointed with that. You'll like one of those to carry to a slip fielder, pick up another wicket. We want to pick up a few scalps here just to boost his confidence towards the end of this game, into the next game. As we see, it's Brian coming in. He's bowled well today. He's got 10 overs now.
Yeah, once again, he's met with a front foot defensive by Zubair Hamza. using his feet, but straight to cover. Sarel Hervier.
We just got now the short leg and the one slip fielder. Short leg has been busy for Sir Brian today. He's really kept his short legs busy. Another delivery that's met with a forward defense by Hamza.
Yeah, he has been unlucky. It's Sir Brian. I thought he really bowled well, bowled a good length, used the surface well, but
Nice pull from the back foot there. Collected by Kayazondo. Doesn't throw it in, but allows that easy two for Hamza off the bowling of Sir Brian. That brings up the 100 partnership between these two, Joshua Richards and Zabrai Hamza. And that takes him to 190 for 2, the Lions, of 46.4 overs. Another dances down the wicket, pushes through the covers for 4. That was Zabrai Hamza. He's been looking to play that shot all over. That one he times a bit better and pierces the gap.
yeah, Zubair Hamza joining the party as well, yeah, at the DP World Wanderer Stadium. Beautifully played by Zubair Hamza. We spoke about him earlier. He loved to fill bat on ball, a good stroke maker. He's not going to miss out.
Another shot just goes past that cover fielder in the aerial for some time. Didn't give the chance there for the cover fielder, who went past so quickly. But another boundary, yet another one for Zabrai Hamza. That takes him to 33. Takes the score to 198 for 2 or 47 overs.
Yeah, it's all about opening the offside, isn't it? He didn't move leg side, but just adjusted his body well to open up the offside. And he's a powerful man. Time it well. Bit uppish, but well controlled in the end for another 4 from Zubair Hamza. Are we in for some entertainment here, Kamva?
Definitely looks like it. The way they've been quite aggressive, these two. In particular, now Zubair Hamza, who's played second fiddle for most part of this partnership, he's put on the gas now on the runs, scored a few boundaries in that over as the first session. Who wouldn't want some entertainment in the last session of this game, this beautiful game we've watched? We've had 100 in the session, a few boundaries. Why not a few more boundaries to come in this game, this day, on this beautiful Sunday? The sun peeking through again. Maybe it was the sign of a few overs, but more overs we'll see in the day.
Yeah, we haven't spoken much about Hanu Felyun behind the stumps. He's been excellent for the Dolphins.
Nice shot there by Joshua Richards, I beg your pardon. Straight to mid-off. Mid-on, beg your pardon.
Yeah, I felt Joshua Richards missed out there. Good timing of that on drive. Would have beaten Jason Smith for 4 runs there.
The Pavilion coming in again. Joshua Richards. Nice fielding off his own bowling there. Showing a bit of aggression there after picking up that ball.
Good start to the over this by Darren Pavlon. 3 dot balls. No wayward deliveries. Just excellent bowling from the experienced campaigner. Two slips and a gully for him. Then you've got mid-off. You've got deep point. Mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg.
Missed time there by Joshua Richards. Down the ground. The bowling of De Pavlon. Yes, indeed. De Pavlon has really bowled well this spell and prior to lunch as well. Tidy. Probably be one of the pick of the bowlers. Maybe a bit more unlucky on the lucky side, not pick up more wickets. I felt he could have picked up more wickets. Just unfortunate some balls didn't carry. He had a job catch of Bryce Parsons just before tea. So I think he really was the pick of the bowlers for his side. Just unfortunate.
Yeah, this is excellent line and length. Good exhibition of fast bowling by Darren de Pavlon. Good pace, good length, good line. Yes, you are 100% right. He has been unlucky. I thought he has bowled well. He didn't start off so well when they were bowling short deliveries, when they opened the bowling with Ethan Bosch. I thought they bowled too short. But once they changed the length and bowl a bit fuller, he's been excellent, good shape. Not much movement today in terms of swing movement. But the seam presentation has been excellent. Those kind of deliveries, he's been excellent, inviting the batsman to drive on the up. But Joshua Richards this time around straight to Tshepang Ditole. And that's the end of the over. Over number 48, the score 198 for 2. And the DP World Lions still trail by 159 runs. And by that over, we say bye-bye to Kamva as I welcome Ken Boland. Welcome back, Ken. As we see now, Prenalan Subrayan bowling from the golf course end, bowling to the experienced Zubair Hamza, who's on 33 from 59 deliveries, coming to his own now on the back foot this time around. Miscommunication between the two batters. But Zubair Hamza was so quick to send Joshua Richards back because the dangerous Tshepang Ditole is patrolling that leg side region this time around.
Just to add my own word to the praises of Josh Richards. What a splendid 100 by him. He's kept working hard in a tough season. Had to graft a bit at the top of the order, but he's really been the foundation of this innings and has blossomed and played really positively as the Lions go about collecting. They've very nearly got their second batting point.
Almost a chance there to Romashan Pile.
He snapped that up very sharply. It bounced just before his fingertips.
$198 for 2 is the score. And this will be the last delivery before the end of the over. Over number 49. Well played to end the over. Another maiden over. Prenalan Subrayan. 198 for 2. The score remains. Joshua Richards, what an excellent innings. And Zubair Hamza coming into his own in the last few overs. He's on 33 from 65 deliveries.
So the good news for both of these teams, the DP World Lions and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, is that the other two matches at Supersport Park and at Noonan's have both ended in draws. So the likelihood is that these two teams will stay 1 and 2, going into the final round of round robin matches. That's going to be a very exciting week. Takalani, as we see a very straight, short mid-on in place.
Down the leg side.
Bryce Parsons, the man fielding there. Not entirely sure why, to be honest. Might just be intimidation factor. Maybe he's there to talk some nonsense. Put the batsman off.
Well played, beautifully played, but straight to the fielder in the deep. Brilliant effort by Romashan Pile. That was really hit hard and it should have gone to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it was very nicely played by Josh Richards.
Yeah, so both this side in the final round, they will be playing away. And the Dolphins will be away to the Warriors down in Gqeberha. And the Lions will be up against the Knights in Bloemfontein.
And the other team still very much in the running is the Titans, who haven't really taken advantage of the fact that they end the competition with 3 home games. They lost to Western Province last week. Not their fault that they got held to a draw this weekend. The weather's been really lousy for them. But they'll be really hell-bent on winning next week at home. And they play Boland.
And then the Northwest Dragons will be up against the WSB Western Province in Potchefstroom. Quick single taken. So the final round will be interesting, Ken. So much to play for.
Very, and we haven't even mentioned the relegation battle, Takalani. So teams like the Warriors, the Dragons, the Knights, possibly playing for survival.
Just one slip now for Joshua Richards. One slip and a gully. Oh, a bit of extra bounce and a bit of zip, a bit of pace as well from Darren to Pavlon.
Yeah, he can hurry up someone who's been there. Josh Richards has been there for 200 minutes or so now. More than 200 minutes. He's been there for 3.5 hours. Had to hurry there. And the Lions have just got to 200, so that's their second full batting bonus point now.
Yeah, he's been solid, Joshua Richards. His defense is really, he's been excellent.
But it's been good to see some of his attacking stroke play as well. 16 fours and 3 sixes in his innings. So it's been a wonderful return to form for the stalwart DP World Lions opener.
Yeah, I spoke to Kamva about Hanu Felyun behind the stumps for the Dolphins. What do you take about Hanu's Felyun's effort today?
It's been good. Yeah, he made a duck with the bat yesterday, so he's obviously been very keen to contribute with the gloves. Has done a good job, tidy job. There've been 5 bars, but that's wayward bowling, I'd say.
I think the Dolphins love it when Bryce Parsons is in and around the batter. I think he's one of those with few words to say to the batsman.
Quite a feisty character, I believe. So yeah. But the Lions run rate exactly 4 to the over. So realistically, judging by yesterday when bad light stopped play at 5 o'clock, so we've probably only got an hour or so of play left today. 13, 14 overs or so. Lions should be able to get another batting bonus point for getting to 250.
Straight to Romashan Pile. The ball has been following him a lot. Romashan Pile.
He was at deep mid wicket.
Yeah.
Moments ago, short leg, and now at quite a straight mid wicket.
He's also an excellent fielder, is the young man.
He looks a good package. He hasn't bowled yet in this innings. A little bit surprised by that. He bowls a few seamers.
Yeah, I thought the time when they bring on Bryce Parsons, they would have started with Romashan Pile first, just to see what the youngster can do in this surface.
Yeah, he's bowled about 35 overs in the 4-day season so far. Picked up a couple of wickets.
And that's the end of the over. Over number 51. The score remained 202 for 2. Joshua Richards is on Nelson and Zubair Hamza is on 35. So we see the two batsmen having a conversation there. Bryce Parsons and Romashan Pile having the conversation of their own. And I think we're ready to go. And then we'll have change in bowling as they bring on Okuhle Kale.
9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 32 so far for Okuhle, which tells you that he's bowled some good overs. And there have been a couple of other overs where he's taken some tap. I remember one over went for 12. But he is a strike bowler, so you will expect to go for a few runs from time to time.
And I think at some point the Dolphins did open up that cover region.
I wonder if there's not a bit of reverse swing out there, a bit of the ball tailing into the right-hander, because if you look at the field there, you can see Bryce Parsons standing right next to the pitch at a short mid-on, but there's also a conventional mid-on, and then there's a very straight mid-wicket as well. You can see number 12 there.
Jason Smith.
Yeah, so he's the conventional mid-on.
Yeah, well played this by Joshua Richards. Well driven, and it will roll to the boundary for 4.
Straight to mid-off where there's not much protection. Onside, 3 fielders quite close to each other. The straight short mid-on, conventional mid-on, and a very straight mid-wicket or wide mid-on, if you like. So I think they're expecting maybe a bit of tail into the right-hander driving. Maybe the ball just stops a bit and he might just loft a catch to one of those 3 men.
This time he dug it short, and Bongani Jele just call it wide. Too short, actually. Becoming a bit darker is here at DP World Wanderer Stadium. Down the leg side, and a good take by Hanu Felyun behind the stumps.
Definitely a bit of tailing in swing to the right-hander there from Kuklichele. We're too far away to see whether, which side the shiny side of the ball is. But it does look like a bit of a reverse swing could be happening. It's the outfield's fairly moist, but the square, you can see there's a lot of dry patches and a lot of earth showing on the square that will scuff up the ball and could enable a bit of a reverse swing.
Beautifully played, but beautiful stopped by Bryce Parsons.
That's the sort of thing I think the Dolphins are looking for. Get the batsman on driving. That one was just too full, but from a little bit back of a length, coming back into the right-hander and maybe just sticking in the pitch a bit, and he might just pop it up. There we go, off the inside half of the bat.
Yeah, definitely something is happening. They've seen something. That ball went where Joshua Richards didn't intend to. Hitting the inside half of that bat. So I guess you're right. Definitely some reverse swing here. I think it's a matter of control from Okukele to make that reverse swing have an impact. On the leg side once again.
Very good point, Takalani. It's all very well getting the ball swinging, and you've got to put it in the right places for it to have any effect. That's dead right.
Yeah, and that's the end of Okukele's first over this afternoon. 207 for 2, and Joshua Richards still on 115, and Zubair Hamza is on 35.
Been a patient innings by Zubair Hamza, 70 balls he's faced. So he's going at just 3 and over, whereas the overall run rate is 4.0.
Just looking around the ground, good to see some few spectators here at DP World Wanderer Stadium enjoying this contest between these two top sides this season. Pranal and Subrian will continue. The DP World Lions still trail by 150 runs. Just tapped around the corner by Zubair Hamza.
There were thoughts of a run there, but Ramesh and Pillay quickly across, and I'm pretty sure he's got a strong arm.
This time on the offside, and they want to come back for the second, and they managed to get that with ease, and the score moved to 209 for 2.
I think bowling around the wickets, Brian's trying to turn it back into the right hand and just cramp them a bit, but Zubair Hamza with some nifty footwork and good hands. It was just a little bit wide. He was able to make something out of that one.
And he's got protection in the deep on the leg side in case he's thinking of a sweep in front of square on the leg side.
Looking at this field, it's quite easy, quite comfortable for the Lions just to get 4 or 5 singles and over. And that'll keep those batting bonus points ticking over nicely, or fractions of a batting bonus point, 0.02 per run they get.
Partnership, 121 runs so far. Once again, it will just be 1. Once again, the ball following Romashan Pillay.
It's like a magnet for it in the last 20 minutes. $122 put on now for the third wicket. Some fairly useless trivia for you. The third wicket partnership record at the Wanderers is actually held by 2 Dolphins batsmen playing against the Lions.
Bit fuller, but well played by Joshua Richards.
That record is 211 for the third wicket between 2 guys who've gone on to become successful coaches. Doug Watson, working mostly overseas, Scotland, he's had a lot of success with. And Ahmed Amla, who, of course, is coaching the Dolphins' neighbours, the KZN Inland Tuskers, and has led them to promotion back into Division 1 next year. That partnership was in 2005-06.
$211 is the score. 122 is the partnership between Joshua Richards and Zubair Hamza. Thank you very much, Ken Boland, for that information. Okuhle Cele. It's always nice to have your former players as coaches.
Ahmed, of course, brother of Hashim Amla,
Yeah.
batting coach of the DP World Lions, as you mentioned earlier, Takalani.
Yeah. Almost a chance there to that short cover fielder. Okuhle squaring up Zubair Hamza there. Here we see Alan Donald, the Lions bowling coach. Beautifully played by Zubair Hamza, and didn't go to the boundary, but I think they will come back for the third. It was a good shot, beautifully timed by Zubair Hamza. He presented a full face of the blade at that moment.
I can remember when Alan Donald burst onto the scene as the next big thing in South African fast bowling back in the late 80s at this ground when he destroyed the Mean Machine with, I think it was 8 for 35. I think it might have been the ground record then, but subsequently surpassed by one of his successors as a great South African fast bowler. Can you guess who has the best innings figures here at the Wanderers?
Should be Sean Pollock.
No. Kagiso Rabada.
Oh, yeah.
9 for 33 in this corresponding fixture, Lions versus Dolphins in 2014-15. Yeah, and that was also the day he pretty much announced himself as the successor to Alan Donald's throne, or well, probably successor to Dale Stein's throne at that stage. And light meters out. No, it's fine. Light meter goes back in Bongani Jailer's pocket.
Still okay, but it does look a bit dark there from here.
I think we're close to having a problem with the light.
Yeah,
it is quite gloomy. The umpires might even have said to the Dolphins, you must bowl spin. Dolphins, of course, need one more wicket to get a bowling bonus point. So they'll be keen to nab that.
Yeah, change in bowling. Bryce Parsons, he will be bowling from the golf course end. Bowling fuller this time around, much quicker, much flatter from the all-rounder. Using his feet is Joshua Richards, hitting it down the ground, and it goes all the way for 4.
Excellent shot by Josh Richards. That's what I mean by his innings today, and that he's been very solid in defence and gritty, but when he's decided to attack, he's done it very well.
Caught in two minds there. Joshua Richards wanted to use his feet, but decided very late just to block that one.
Well, it was the arm ball from Bryce Parsons, so well adapted.
Sure if it's a leg by or $220 for 2 is the score. Well played down the ground for an easy single to end the over that yielded just 6 runs. Score is 222 for 2. The run rate kept climbing up, 4.1 now at this stage. And I'll be saying bye-bye to you, Ken Boland, and you'll be joined by Kamva Nyikana.
Thanks, Takalani. And, well, Josh Richards is repeating what he did last season when, at the back end of the campaign, in fact, in the match before the final, having battled through the season without too much success, he got a crucial 100 against the Titans out of a fairly average score of 293. He got 100. And he's done it again here, right at the back end. An excellent century for the DP World Lions, who are 222 for 2. Welcome back, Kamva.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you.
Akuhle will continue with the attack, so no problem with the paceman being on for the bad light umpires. Oh, nicely played, Zubair Hamza. That's a really nifty stroke. Excellent use of the wrists and just guides it down to third man for 4. Takes him to 46.
Must say, Ken, as I've come back, looks a lot gloomier than about 30 minutes ago. So the last 30 minutes just got darker and darker as we've looked over. We did see the light meters come out to check, but if the pace is still allowed, I think we're still good for now. Up until they say just spin, then we know that it's getting really, really dark. So I think for now, play is still good. Though as we look at the overhead conditions, it is a bit darker as we come towards the end of this game.
Full from Kele, and Hamza works that 1 man square on the leg side. He's quite effective at turning those balls around the corner. Up to 47 now.
He's looked really good off that 47, Zubair Hamza. He's played really well. He started off looking uncomfortable initially. He didn't look so comfortable with his stroke play. He wasn't flowing as much. And then as the innings has built up, he's found his confidence and started playing a lot better. He'll be happy with his performance going into another big game next week. So, yeah.
2 catches in place. You can see the one there at a very short and very straight mid-on, Sarul Avia. To his right, there's another fielder at a pretty short mid-wicket. Gully, you can just see at the top left of your picture as well. And Gully in play there. Good delivery from Kele.
I see that the Hollywoodbets Dolphins have been playing around the field now towards the end of the day. Taking out the slip with the solitary gully fielder and the keeper. They've moved around the field. They've trying new things towards the end. Trying whatever they can do to get that bonus point for that extra wicket. Or to play for still for that wicket. So there will be a bit of a push from them for a wicket. Although Gele has bowled decently as well.
He's settled into a really nice line and length in this over. It's not really bowling towards those 2 catches close in on the onside. It's more off-stump channel, but maybe he'll sneak a surprise straight to delivery in the surprise in-swinger.
Yeah, there's 2 catching fielders on the onside. We really have to be bowling straight here to get them into play.
I think that was the attempted delivery for that, just sliding down leg though, and good work again by Filion behind the stumps. I think umpire Jelly's taking another light reading. Yeah, you can just see there we go. You can see it clearly now.
Are they pulling them off? Was that a sign?
No, umpire Pelika's getting into
His position.
yeah.
I was just confused by the hang signal there by Empire Bongani Jele. He suggested, I think, to suggesting to carry on rather than come off.
Yeah. Well, they're really trying things now, the Dolphins. The captain is bringing himself on, Sarul Evia.
Wonder what's his first class record with ball in hand. We know he's got a brilliant first class record with bat in hand. I wonder what's his record with bowling in hand.
Well, it's the first time he's bowled this season. I can tell you that much.
Maybe he's hoping for a bit of luck. You know, sometimes when batsmen get part-time bowlers coming on, usually they sometimes lapse in concentration and things may get easier to bat. As we see, Hamza in 47, he'll want to get over that mark and get to that 50 mark.
He's got a first-class wicket, does Sarul Evia. Turned around the corner, bounced a bit there. But Hamza inches one closer to his half-century, and Sarul Evia's one first-class wicket came against the Lions at Kingsmead, 2018-19. I'm going to have to investigate to find out who his bunny was.
Bunny.
Similar to the previous delivery, Josh Richards gets the one now.
With his height, he's getting a bit of bounce, actually. I'm sure with the high release point, he is getting a bit of bounce. And I don't think he's bowling all that short, actually. Another one again. Push through the covers. One closer by... That was a single there by Sabai Hamza. Moves over to 48.
I think Evia bowling is probably a sign that the Dolphins are ready for the umpires to call it. Hit on the 4 by Richards. But he has... If there's one criticism of his batting today, he's hit the fielders a lot, especially on the drive. Again, hard to cover, but a slight misfield, and they'll go through for the single.
As we see, we come to the last ball of this over. Hamza to face Sabra. Oh, Hamza on 49.
Anxious moments. You don't want to give it away on 49 to the part-time bowler. Evia's bowled a reasonably tidy over, just 4 runs off it, 231 for 2.
I must say today, look, I might be exaggerating it, but we've got a bit of spectators here today. Not much to speak of, but better than normal. We've got a few people on the banks, sitting on the banks, few on the grandstand on our left-hand side of the screen. Seems like the signal was only spin. As you see, Bryce Parsons comes back to the attack.
So I have Sarul Evia's
Bunny.
only first-class wicket. It's a test cricketer, I can tell you.
Any clues?
Squeezed away through the covers by Richards for 1. He opened the batting for South Africa, as did Sarul Evia.
played for the Lions, opened the batting.
Bryce Parsons really slowing down the pace now. It's difficult to get him away.
You know, international players.
Bit shorter, and Hamza gets to his 50 in very comfortable fashion. It's taking him 85 deliveries, and he's just settled into a really nice groove out there.
A pretty patient 50. Good performance by Zabrai Hamza. Good performance. He'll be happy with that performance. Really, really played well today. Started off shaky, but really found himself towards the middle of his innings. He'll be happy about that.
Parsons is burning wider and wider outside that off stump.
I was going to say, you know, our international players don't play that much 4-day stuff. So I wonder who it could have been.
Nicely driven away through the covers by Hamza. This time they'll get two. Two more balls to go, and I'll put everyone out of their misery.
Picking my brain there, Ken.
Worked away on the leg side, just another single. And that ends the over. And yeah, the guy, Cyril Evia, got out. Stephen Cook, the great Lions run scorer, was probably a bit unlucky not to play more for South Africa because he got something like 400s and then got dropped. And that's it. We are wandering off the field unless
it's a drinks
break. Do you think it's a drinks break? Yeah, I think it's a drinks break. So I can just tell you, Cyril Evia got Stephen Cook out caught and bowled for 15. It was in the dying stages of a game which the Lions won by 9 wickets. They were only chasing 47. So Evia came on to bowl an over and snaffled a big wicket. And there you see the summary of the state of play at the moment. Replying to the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, 357 all out. The DP World Lions, 237 for 2. The Dolphins unable to snaffle many wickets today. They still haven't got their first bowling bonus point, but 1 wicket each for Darren Dupavalon and Prenelin Sobrian. The Lions batting has been led by real sterling effort by Josh Richards, the opener, 126 not out. Zubair Hamza is with him on 53 not out, and they've put on 148 for the second wicket. Do join us in a couple of minutes. Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers Stadium, where we are in the last rites of this match that hasn't progressed past first innings due to all the rain and a wet outfield. We had 237 for 2, the DP World Lions. Zubair Hamza has just gone to his 5th half century of the season, and it tells you what good form he's been in. He's got the cap on now, as due to the deteriorating light, the Dolphins are only allowed to bowl spin, and it's Cyril Avia who's continuing.
We saw Sorrel Olivia get a bit of bounce. Might be able to sneak a wicket here.
Hit back over his head by Hamza. Lovely shot. It was a bit full and wide, and it's gone all the way for 6.
We're actually talking a bit off air, myself and Ken Borland, and we're talking about the fact that we just have a feeling that the Lions might just go for the runs to get that bonus point, which is having to get a 250 to get that batting bonus point, as well as possibly maybe going for that 300 mark.
Just saw on the scoreboard there, 150 partnership brought up by this shot by Zubair Hamza. Very nicely struck, a very elegant stroke by Zubair Hamza. Avia switches to over the wicket and is worked down to long on for 1.
As I was saying, we would probably be the time now to go about the runs, to push maybe for those possible 2 bonus points, extra 2. But the light is really getting a bit darker slowly, so it might be the time for them to go about that right now. You never know when the umpires will pull out that light meter.
I don't think they're going to get to 300 in time before the light gets too bad. And of course, the Dolphins, if they do start getting smacked around a bit too much, can always just say, okay, we want to go back to pace. And then the umpires will be compelled to take them off due to the bad light. But 250, they're just 5 runs away from what will be their 3rd full batting point. Avia gets to his 2nd over quickly. Apart from the 6th, it was pretty tidy. 245 for 2.
Seems like Sir Brian will be coming back on. To ball a bit of spin. He's looked really good today. Might be his first over from the caller drive end today. So Brian, interesting to see how pitch will play for him throughout the whole day. He did have a short leg in place, which a lot of balls went there. He kept his short leg quite busy today.
He's got a slightly shorter leg side boundary now in play, turning the ball into the 2 right-handers, so that might be a little bit of a worry for him. But he's a quality bowler. He'll be fine. He'll be fine, I'm sure. Something the batters might look to exploit, though.
As we see him coming for his 15th over.
Worked by Richards, but it's quickly fielded by is that a 12th man on the field? Is that Panele Tlele? This time Richards will get the single. 28, yeah. Tsapang de Tole.
He's fielded really well today to the covers.
Yeah, he's a live wire, good fielder. Tapang Detoli, and this match will also be remembered for his brilliant 157. Again, the single to backward square leg.
It might be, depending on how far Joshua Richards gets with his runs, might be a tight contest with that man of the match performance for this game.
Absolutely, yeah. The two openers both excelling and similar sort of innings, I'd say.
Oh, short, pulled, but just straight to the fielder, to Tele.
So Detoli got his century off 150 deliveries, and Richards got there in 142. So similar pacing to their two excellent knocks.
Two brilliant innings. Just a push there by Sabrian. Sorry, my bad. Hamza. Bowled by Sabrian, rather.
Another light reading being taken by Bongani Jele.
We're pretty much getting these ones every over. Is that him calling them off?
Definite movement by some of the fielders towards the dugouts. Obviously, just hopeful perambulation in that direction. We're going to have another over, and it's going to be Bryce Parsons.
The Lions.
Who's going to bowl? Sorrel Evier's given it up.
The Lions will definitely be thinking about that 250 now in this over. Since the light meter has come out again. They want to get over those 2 runs quite quickly.
I suppose it doesn't really matter. It's if they don't get to 250, if they get stuck on 248, it's only 0.04 points less. But you never know. Could be important at the end of the round robin.
We did speak about how tight the group is. So maybe might just be. Still got another week to go. Results could go either way.
Not even looking for quick singles now, the Lions. One can forgive Josh Richards. He's been there for a long time. Four hours and 15 minutes. Josh Richards has been at the crease. Bit of turn and bounce there from Bryce Parsons. But it would have been interesting if this pitch had had 4 days of action on it. You know, with the effects of the sun and bowlers follow-throughs and all those sorts of things. The natural deterioration as Richards collects another single.
I really do agree with you. With pretty much 2.5 days of play only, and you get a bit of the ball doing something, bouncing up for the spin. If there's a bit of the rougher areas from the bowling areas from the landing parts of the fast bowlers over 4 days, would have maybe seen a tougher pitch to bat on in terms of maybe one keep lower on those indentations, and then maybe also one gripping as well. Might have been something a bit more to work with there with for the batsman, as we see Bongani Jele again, once again, look at the light meter, and we see the players walk off and the score on 250 on the dot.
That's it. The Lions got there, and handshakes all round as, well, a game that promised so much. A top-of-the-log clash has been ruined rather by the weather, but at least both sides managed to get a few very useful bonus points in the bag today. And it's a game that will really be remembered for the 2 centuries scored by Tshepanga Tole, a superb 157 that took the Dolphins to 357 all out. And then Joshua Richards, 130 not out. Excellent innings by him. Has steered the DP World Lions to 250 for 2 in reply.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. My name is Gabanyigana. See you next time.
Thank you, Kumba. Yeah, we'll just enjoy those pictures of the DP World Lions dugout. They won't be too upset. They've consolidated their lead at the top of the standings because the other 2 games ended in draws rather. But all to play for now next week, where we have 3 very important matches that will decide the finalists of this year's CSA 4-day series. As I said, the Lions top of the log, and pretty much sure of a place in the final, unless things go horribly wrong in Bloemfontein, where they are playing the Knights. They would need, a really wretched game where they only get 1 or 2 bonus points in order to miss out. But there's the summary of what's happened in this match.
As we look at the summary of this match, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins came in to bat first, and they batted really well. They scored 357. The batsmen there came in, and the first batsman, Tshepanga Tole, the opener, who hit a beautiful 157 of 222 balls. Initially second spec, but really batted well throughout the first day and the third day, and was dismissed earlier this morning. Backed up by Pele for 64 over 100 balls, and Kanya Zondo as well had a 46 or 55 balls. And then we look at the bowling department there for the Lions in that innings, where Cody Yusuf was the pick of the bowlers for 4 for 54 of 27.2 overs. Quite a long bowling spell. And there was a Lutus Pamela backed him up as well for 3 for 61 of 19 overs. The captain, Dominic Hendricks, bowled really well this morning as well to kind of help wrap up the innings at 2 for 34 of 6 overs. And then you get Tsepo Moreki, who was a bit rusty, to be fair, throughout the game. Came back from injury, picked up one wicket of 76 runs of 15 overs. Takes through the rest of the Lions innings.
Yeah, we've spoken already about Josh Richards, 130 not out, but Zubair Hamza, his partner, at the end there, Hamza, a very good 62 not out, and they had a partnership of 161 for the third wicket. And there were starts for Dominic Hendricks and Mohammed Manak as well. 1 wicket each for Darren de Pavillon and Prenelin Sabrian. So we mentioned where the Lions will be next week. The Dolphins, potentially a bit of a grudge match. They travel to Gqeberha, St. George's Park, playing the Warriors. And that's going to be a really interesting tussle. The Dolphins, of course, still in contention for a place in the final, and the Warriors desperately needing a win to try and stave off relegation. The other games later this week, starting on Thursday, are the Northwest Dragons are hosting Western Province, who, if Western Province pull off a big win, they might be able to sneak their way into the final as well. And the Dragons also involved in that relegation battle, trying to stay in Division 1. And the game for which we will have live commentary on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel and on Pitch Vision is the clash between the Momentum Multiply Titans and Gold Rush Boland at Supersport Park. Both teams still in contention for the final, but especially the Titans, who really collected a whole lot of bonus points in their draw against the Dragons. So do join us on Thursday from myself, Ken Borland, from Kamva Inyakani and from Takalani Netshiava. It's a very good night from the Wanderers.